Hello, everybody. Um, Hi, Loris. Hacker is talking about you. Wow. I I'm sure it's a lot of good things. Uh, but it's fine. But, oh my God, macOS, come on, man. Like, okay, that you want to be useful. Please allow me to touch this to the top without expanding it. Okay, so yesterday I was uh I was working on this and we didn't have essentially anything working. Then I did the work to fill in the things that were missing, and yeah, there you go. This railroad graph that you're seeing, railroad diagram, is generated from that Ziggy document. So I think we can. I've implemented the basic terminal nodes. I've implemented stack as the only container node. And now there's the quest to implement all the remaining container nodes. And this, I guess, is the point where if I want to make improvements over the original design, um, I should be able to do that now. So, yeah. Um, I mean, this is essentially it. Of course, Twitter doesn't not work. Can forbidden? Remove keys and tokens from a Twitter developer app that is attached to a project. I thought I did. Huh. Okay, anyway. So here's what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna take a moment, and yeah, and then we're gonna start. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I have an ice cream. Um, so if I look at this library, right, And look at what he did with Ziggy. So one feature that I would like to support is nice and easy linking between these SVG graphs. And mm, I would like of a nice way to differentiate between a non-terminal um, that is a value, or rather that references something else, from, for example, this one, where I'm essentially providing a character class. I honestly, I would even say that uh, maybe we could use a dedicated node type to say, look, this node type is a regular expression style character class. And this blog post answer was a bit emotional, wasn't it? But from the technical perspective, his points are absolutely valid to me. Um, I don't know. It's I would say it's the story told essentially from his, you could say, slash our perspective, our like from the Zig side of things. Uh, I think that all the things written in that post have actually happened. I mean, I don't just think, I know, but um, I do think that there could have been a universe where things would have gotten, there would have been much better outcomes for pretty much everybody involved. In my opinion, including also Jared. That being said, Jared wants to do whatever Jared wants. So if he wanted to do a startup and get VC money and get rich, he did it. He got it. So success, I guess. Uh, but quite a lot of few eggs have been broken in the process. Um, and it didn't have to be. So, um, yeah, this really feels like there should be a type of node. I guess there's value in saying, look, these nodes, they can be whatever they want. What is your editor? Um, it's this flow control.dev. Mm. Or you know what? Alternatively, I think there should be a way um, to give these guys an annotation on top. So kind of like this one adds a box essentially Mm, a box with writing. I think the idea is to add writing to something without the box. Yeah. So the idea is that you give it that, and yeah, no worries, man. And okay, if I'm able to implement that, it means that I will have understood how this whole system works, at least a little bit. I will have understood at least the basics. But before we get there, we still have to implement the pre-existing stuff. So, do you want to build a railroad? Um, let's continue this work. So, what else is there in the original library that we want to implement next? I think I was looking at choice. I was looking to implement choice. So, yeah, let's implement choice. So, I guess it would be like this. Um, missing following under union value. Missing following under union value. Oh, I think I understand what's going on. Wait, missing following under union value. Missing following. Well, these are two errors that are overlapped. Missing token, missing following value. What? Missing token, missing following value. Yeah, okay. So this thing that the errors overlap. Man. Okay, so schema expected choice found union, and that is fine. So there's no trailing commas in unions. I need to add support for that. There is just no way. We need to add support for a trailing comma. I was I was not expecting this word to actually make me realize that there was a missing piece of syntax in Ziggy, but yeah. So this would be body and then index or IDX. Missing token comma after field value, but that looks stuck. Wait. That error is stuck, and restarting the language server does nothing. I think this is a different kind of problem. But we can add a trailing comma here now. Can we? Okay. This is now good. Hmm. But yeah, unions need to support trailing commas. Okay. choice index 0. Oh, you know what? Actually, this is wrong. Oh, go to definition is crashing. Well, here's what's going on that is wrong. Choice has the problem. Yeah, body is a slice of nodes. Okay. No, what am I doing? Here. There we go. Okay. So this would be a choice. Let's see what happens. Also, here's what I'm thinking. Instead of doing width and height, let us not set width and height in the output. So when we, this is not the right file. When we generate this file, what happens if we do not put width and height in it? Okay. And now we just have to go implement this. So although, you know what, actually maybe, no, I think this is fine for now. Uh, Original source code. We're looking at the Python. Or we're looking at JS stuff. Class choice. Yeah, there we go. But it's a diagram node. And okay, so we have the type here. Then we need to worry about it in layout. You know what? I think they should be called body, not items, because we keep calling these things body elsewhere. So that seems more appropriate. Okay, so how is choice supposed to work? Width is the maximum of the widths of its elements plus 4 times the width of the arc. I don't remember how choice looks like, okay, but that makes sense, I guess. So yeah, let's go do that. So for ch.body, n dot width equals max between n dot width and item dot width. So there we go. Plus options AR4. Then first item, last item, normal item. Oh, normal is the center. Which, by the way, this okay. So this is another form of validation that we are missing. I think the layout, yeah, layout really needs to be able to report errors. Why are you building this? You see this railroad diagram? I essentially want to have a library to create those railroad diagrams easily. I'm porting a existing library written in JavaScript to Zig, and I'm giving it a different interface. um uh, I'm basically just I want to use this and make it easier for me to use and also more portable in a sense by writing it in Zig. Yeah, we really need to start working on the ability of layout to report errors. So um I guess it can return an error, and or you know what, it returns an error for now, like some kind of error union. Validation error is probably a struct that contains an enum union. And then we should say what the node is. Yeah, something like this. I'm sure this all can be improved, but it's a starting point. For example, stack cannot be empty. So I wish I could use try. I'm also thinking that, man, in reality, validation doesn't even have to wait for layout to happen. We could validate them much earlier. The problem is, well, either we have call to validate that essentially runs through the three of elements already, or the only option is the deserialization function. The problem is that this guy This guy does not have the concept of reporting customer errors, but maybe really maybe it should. Really maybe it should. Because sometimes this would be definitely the most appropriate one. Hard to say. Hard to say. Hard to say. Hmm. Okay, so here's how we do it. I'm not convinced that this is the right approach. So let's go for something deliberately simpler. So something simpler. This is not how it should be in the end. But this is gonna be good enough for now. This will do for now. So choice needs to have, for example, that the index is an element of the array, so it's positive, and uh, well, the fact that it's positive right now, it's being kind of implicitly checked by the deserialization function. But here's what we can do: if uh, this h.index is greater or equal than ch.body.len, return our validation. And at some point we'll do something better, but at least we are catching those. Then so we're finding, so this is finding the first, the last, and the normal item. I don't know what it does with these guys. They're defined here, but they're gonna be used, I guess, down south. Not yet. So I'm gonna skip this. Size of the vertical separation between an item and the following item. Okay, so that's what we work on next. Separators. It's an array. So this element, the choice element, has an array of separators, and this array is the length, almost the length of its children. It's almost as if you want whatever you want to annotate in there. Uh, is this like zero initializing it? How, what? In any case, it's almost as if this information that you're annotating here, you would like to annotate in the children themselves. So I'm gonna skip this as well for now. We'll see what happens. So sorry, this dot up is 0. Okay, then for each child up and, oh wait, start What? So we're starting from the normal -1. Okay, so we're rendering first the one at the center. Oh wait, is it something like one index or something? What is going on here? No, normal can be 0. Okay, let's look a little bit more for what's going on. So we do. Oh, this is a for loop. Okay, so we are doing all the items before normal going backwards. Then we set up, we set height, and then we do all the elements after normal, but not backwards, this time in normal sequence. And oh no, wait, this includes normal. No, wait, this does not include normal. What is going on? What editor theme am I looking at? It's IU Mirage. AYU Mirage. So who is oh wait, never mind. We are not using these to render anything. We are still computing the layout. Okay, so this is a logic to compute uh, our position, our height, our width, that kind of stuff. Well, the width we already solved probably. So this is for computing our vertical positioning, which I guess it's our vertical center, and uh, and our total height. Hmm. Okay. There's also arcs. Oh, it's being defined outside because it gets mutated. But then the last value. Huh. Okay. So we went for a loop up until the normal. Um, so for the problem is that this is a reverse loop, so we will need while syntax. So var I equals um, ch.idx while I is greater than 0, greater or equal than 0. Well, here's the unfortunate part. This is an unsigned variable, so it is always greater or equal than 0. Um, so we could make it signed. That would help. It's been a while since I've had to write a downwards while loop. I remember there were like ways of making this work nicely. So you definitely do not want your condition to be greater or equal than 0. That's a tautology. Mm. What are you building? I'm building a railroad graph generator. Essentially, making this kind of SVG graphs, diagrams, um, starting from something like this. You have a data structure that represents what you want it to look like. Um, and then this gets generated. So I guess one trick is to start at IDX +1. And then the first thing that we do in the body, we decrease it. First thing in the loop. That works. Also, okay, wait. Also, here's the other problem. Here we're starting at -1. We're not even doing the actual IEX value. We're going from, we start from the one before. Man, this sucks. These sucks. So you know what? Maybe this should be eye size. Oh, that's fine actually. Yeah, we can make this eye size. There you go. Okay. So far so good. Then if I, so this is then what we need to port over. So if um I is normal and so on. So this is the first iteration. All right, there's the arcs variable. But then why are we doing this? So we why is this structure like this? So you obviously want to do it like this, right? Arc equals AR times 2. Well, I mean, to be fair to the author of the original project, you know, whatever, you're figuring it out the first time, you maybe write something, you're refactoring, at some point you don't do the work to optimize, to clean up everything and reduce every logic wrinkle. And if it works, you don't want to touch it and whatever, that's obviously reasonable. But since I am not spending brain power thinking about the algorithm and I'm just brainlessly copying it, um, let's, yeah, I have the opportunity to make this an improvement. So essentially, here we want to unconditionally do arcs equals AR. Oh, but here's the difference. That essentially, I don't want to do this right away. This is more like a defer. So it's, if we put it here, it has to be a defer. Otherwise, it would have to be at the end of the loop, which might still be preferable. But anyway, so there's this item, and then there is lower item, which is the +1. Oh, that also tells me that then normal. Wait, this this is wrong then, because this is only complaining if normal. Wait, are we doing the thing where lower item can be null? No. Okay, so this is not checking. What if I put as choice the very last element? Oh, I think that if I put as choice the very last element, this would still work out because we're doing -1. Okay, never mind. This all works. That is correct. Okay, so lower item. So const item equals ch body I const lower item ch body I +1. Entry delta, exit delta. So lower item up plus the S plus item.down plus item.height. Exit delta. Lower item.height plus lower item.up plus vs plus item.down. What happened here? I don't know. Then we have hello Shubham. Separator is VS. It starts at VS. Back to work this weekend. So, wait, are you talking about your actual job? Or what are you talking about? Var equals VS. Was it a workshop? Oh, nice. Like software workshop? But you know what? There's a, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, sorry. Let me see if I can find it because maybe I have some more entertainment to suggest. So what if instead of going to work, we both go here? Uh oh. Type it. What if instead we go to this nice conference? We both get the VIP max ticket and we go to this AI conference. Look, it's only $6,000. Actually, wait, I think they pulled down the price. I feel like these were even pricier before. Oh no, wait. Oh, never mind. It's too late. Oh no, no, no. Look at the price for the year. Wait, this is 20. Oh no, 2027. Okay, I'm dumb. Never mind. It's next year. Okay. Wait, what? Did I read 2026 anywhere? I feel like I'm going insane. I might just be going insane. Okay. So go to work, start saving because we're doing this. What event is that? I actually don't even know really. I think it's some kind of AI company where visionaries and AI converge. Now, why is where and converge italic? Why is visionaries and AI sans serif? Like, why is this like this? I don't know. But it is the global stage for AI leadership, enterprise adoption, and ROI. What? What does that mean? Oh my god, look at this crystallized piece of ROI. Don't, does it not make you want to go to the conference and lick it? So 9,000 attendees plus 2,000 companies plus 350 speakers plus. Jesus Christ. That's like one talk per day for a full year, pretty much. 80% C-levels and founders. It's who is Roy? I have no clue who is that guy. But I all I know is that the finance people, the hustlers, they fucking love that guy. So this is almost, almost 100% pure uh non-ICs. This is like what a delightful place to be and chat with a bunch of people that are very opinionated about things that they don't even know how to do. Mark Cuban, Jan LeCun. Well, there you go. Google, Lovable, Broadcom, Cursor, Dream, Mistral, Writer. Wait, what? Oh, it's a company. Okay. Well, I hope they have fun. Okay. Uh anyway. So everybody, you have 1 year to save 6,000. Well, 6,000 plus whatever it's gonna cost you to go to France. So start saving. So separator is VS, and then if exit delta is lower than arcs, or entry delta is lower than arcs, separator plus equals, which means the separator can be const. And then we just do this. But no, doing it the other way doesn't net us anything from the perspective of auto formatting. Never mind. We'll keep the original um, clause. So separators I is separator. Okay, so you see how the original code has a list of children, and then it allocates an array which has the same length of the children, and then it keeps it around. Like, why are we not writing this information down in the children's directly so we can avoid that allocation? And I think the answer is obviously if you're writing JavaScript, you don't think of it that way. You don't care. You don't care whether you're making an extra allocation or not. You know what? And it's like that's fair. But in our case, we are picky about these things, and so far, layouting does not even require an allocator. Let's keep it that way if we can. So this means that what we want to do is that in the child, we want to set the separator, parent separator, essentially, field, which doesn't exist. We're going to add it. So we're going to say item. Also, wait, this means that item needs to be plucked by pointer. So we do item dot parent separator, and we set it to separator. Which means that we could have done this immediately right away. So item dot parent separator. There we go. And then n dot up plus equals lower item dot up plus separator. You know what? Let's just call it item.separator. It's fine. There we go. Now let's go add separator to node. Okay, so this should be the okay. So this is the first half, right? Yes. So we have implemented up until here. So once we're done with this, we say that this dot up is increased by first item dot up. Okay. Ch dot body 0 dot up. And it's 0, right? First item. Yeah. Then height is normal item height. Okay. So far, so good. There is only one problem. We need to ask these guys to lay out themselves before we can approach them. And I'm thinking that we do it here. Because otherwise they are not going to even know their own width. So yeah. The original code does not have to worry about this, but we have to. Okay. Okay, so far so good. Second half. Which I guess it's kind of the same thing. It's probably just some stuff mirrored. It starts at normal +1 and it goes all the way to the end. So this we can make a for loop. But you know what? Maybe for symmetry, we still keep it a while loop. Also because I guess there's gonna be the oh, you know what? Also this arcs AR thing. Yeah, let's put it down here. Better than the fur, I think. Okay, so let's do it the same. Which, by the way, means that this can go into a scope. Or no, you know what? We reset I. It's fine. So I equals, we said normal +1. While I is lower than the length. Keep increasing. Oh, also arcs is reset. There's again the thing. First loop, arcs is set to AR times 2. Okay. Then item and upper item. Entry delta, exit delta. Entry delta is height, upper down, vs item up. Upper item height and down. Then vs. Okay, then exit delta. Upper item vs item up. Upper item down. Okay. And then there's the separator stuff. Okay, let's look at the separator. So separator this time goes to index, this went to index I. This is going to index I minus 1. So this is going to upper item. Then the logic is vs. X delta lower than X, the other one other than X. Okay, so this is the logic for the extra stuff. Is the max between arcs minus entry delta and arcs minus exit delta. Okay, so this stays the same. Then this dot down, upper item down, don't tell me. Yeah, up. Actually, maybe that stays the same. We'll see. So upper item down, separator, item up, item height. Yeah. Okay. So with this, we have implemented all the layouting work for this. And now we get to implement format. Well, the rendering part. Once we have implemented the rendering part, then we can try it out and see how it is. Now let's go do that. So render SVG, terminal, non-terminal, comment, blah, 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 stack, choice. So I'm guessing it is a G thing. They all have a G thing. Some have a class G thing. But anyway. Frankly, they could all be classed by what they are inside of a G. But whatever. Right, this is a G non-classy, non-classed G. Yes. Okay, so format. Determine gaps. Yeah. Then standard path that everybody has. XY H gaps 0. Yes. H plus gaps plus width. Do we have that? That looks like it. Let's double check though. h plus gaps plus width. Sorry, x plus gaps plus width. Yes. Then I plus height. Y, sorry, y plus height. Yes. And then h gaps 1. Yes. Okay, perfect. So far, so good. Then we set x to increase x with gaps 0. Are we going to increase x more? No, but we are. Ooh, we are not going to do that. But unfortunately, we are going to use the muted x a bunch. So we need to store that change somewhere. Choice x, I guess. X plus gaps and 1, I guess. Then there's last, and then there is inner width. Let's do the inner width first. Inner width is this width minus AR times 4. Okay. Do the elements the curve above. Do the straight line path. Do the elements the curve below. Okay. So distance from Y. So this is a for loop that starts at normal minus 1 and goes towards 0. So var I size equals ch.idx minus 1. I think that what I'm writing here needs a cast, though. Because you know what, this cannot be a unsigned subtraction, because if idx is already 0, then the minus 1 will overflow, underflow, whatever. So I think that this I needs to be split into 2, and the same is true for layout. Either that, or you complicate this with a bunch of other things. Because I don't think I can do this. I'll try, but I don't think it's currently allowed. Okay. What is this dot choice syntax in switch cases? What do you mean? Yes, this is a switch. I'm switching on a tagged union in Zig. And my definition of this union, it has these cases, and so I'm switching on the case named choice. So it's just my own stuff. If you're asking more in general, what are those things supposed to represent? The answer is this. This is a document that has all these cases in it. And then you can use that to, I'm writing a library that turns those things into an SVG graph. To be clear, I'm porting an existing library. Somebody else has done the work, the hard work of figuring out how to nicely lay out everything, and I'm just lifting their logic. Okay, we're saying so while I is greater than or equal to 0, going down, item lower item. Oh, it's kind of like before. Interesting. Item lower item. Distance from Y. Lower item up. Separators. Index I. So item dot separator plus item down plus item height. And then we make a path. Okay, this path is going to be W, X, Y. Actually, this is going to be choice X. This is dangerous. We need to make sure that we do not use X anymore because we have mutated it. Well, we have made a new variable to mutate it. An alternative would be to rename these guys something else, initial X, initial Y, and then allow these all the things in here to rename them if needed. But I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, so right path XY arc SE. Then up and then arc WN. Up is Y distance minus AR2. And then arc west north. Okay. Then we recurse. We try item dot render SVG, pass down W, pass down choice X, pass down Y, and what do we pass down for width? Oh, never mind. We're mocking all these things. So inner width. So there's that. Okay, so the X and Y's are, so we're here now. X plus AR2. And Y is Y minus distance from Y. Okay. Then we make another path. And you know what? I think we can copy this and then just modify it. So right path Oh, the X and Y's are complicated. So X plus AR times 2, is that it? Yeah. Plus inner width. Y is Y minus distance from Y. Plus item height. Item, yeah, it is item height. Okay, the operations are arc and E, then down, Y distance minus height plus n dot height minus AR2, and then west south. Okay, so this is it. Then do the straight line path. Let's see. Straight line path. Right path. W, X, Y. Right equals AR times 2. Actually, this can be on a single line, I guess. Then these items at this normal dot format, right? So ch dot body at ch dot idx dot render svg. Oh, wait. This is choice X. Choice X plus AR times 2. Inner width. And then there's a new path. Maybe that also can stay on a single line. I don't know. It is a little bit long. But here I would do this. Yeah. Maybe for this one as well. Nah, that seems overkill. Okay. Okay, so final stretch. Items that curve below. So we reset distance from y. Then we should reset I as well to normal plus 1. While I lower or equal last. What? So this last variable is not super important because it gets defined up here, but it's really not used anywhere. It's also mutable. Why is it mutable? So lower or equal last, which means strictly lower than length. Plus equals 1. And then item and lower item. No, wait, what am I looking at? Here. Item and upper item. Which is what we were doing here, right? Yeah. Okay. Um, distance from Y. Let's go. Upper item dot height plus upper item dot down plus upper item dot separator plus item up. Okay. Then new path. X and Y. So we're here. Arc and E. And then distance from Y. Or down distance from Y. So distance from Y minus R. AR. Okay. Then if not item dot format gets logged. Okay. What? Don't care. Try item dot render svg w, and then what are our x and y, or this x plus ar2. Oh shit, wait, we're doing it again. It's choice X. Choice X plus AR times 2. Y distance from Y. And then inner width. Okay, last stretch. Well, before the bug fixing, probably. I also think that in this function, we want to rename this to inner width, essentially. Or not. You know what? I'm not going to touch whatever. Okay. Try right path W choice X plus AR times 2 plus inner width Y plus Y distance plus item dot height. Okay. This is it. So we have now to worry about layout being something that is failable. So we need to try layout. There we go. Okay, let's go through some compile errors. Data type U size found I size. Oh shit. About that. That is annoying. That is annoying indeed. So the signed integer has given us something on one side, but taken something away on the other side. Well, let's int cast, I guess. There's more of these. Expected. That is the goal for the day, specifically for the railroad diagram generator. Um, to now get to be able to render a new type of container element. I'm very close to being able to try that out. And then more in general, I don't know. See how far we can get. Expected I size found U size. Yes, you are right. Okay, this I size is not really being my friend. Oh, there we go. Int cast necessary at 304. Error union is ignored. Okay, we are making progress. So this was done correctly. This was not done correctly. This was done correctly. Okay. There we go. We print. Okay, let's see how we fare. uh, well, so listen, I mean, look. uh, look, okay. Yeah. Yeah. What I find really interesting here is that we are definitely combining these things together correctly, but we have messed up definitely some X positioning for this guy especially. This to me smells like I'm passing X instead of the adjusted X. And the second problem is that this is having disastrous consequences with our ability to print squares, like rectangles, because they exist. They're here. They're just messed up, and they don't even. They're so messed up apparently that they don't even show up. So so how do we diagnose this? Let me first see if there's any. Go to references. Let me see if there's any reference to that X in a place where there shouldn't be. So here we are in skip. Here we are in stack. Okay, so there we go. Yeah, so we are not using X below the choice X point. So I am not um I'm not incorrectly I would help you enter favorite solution instead of X. Oh what? But what? But X is a float. These are coordinates. I don't think I am passing the wrong coordinate completely. I'm failing to compute them correctly. So I'm my question was whether I was remembering to pass this new instance like the adjusted version of X. And in any case, that is not a mistake that I made. So it is something else. Well, here's a question. Here is a question. here is a question. Okay, let's go to the main. And instead of hard coding dealing with just value 0, let's make this a for loop. So we print the preamble. We print the preamble. Then in a for loop, d.layout, std debug print the thing. And then we close everything. Okay. Do we still build? No. Right. This needs to be tried. Okay, so far so good. So we're back. We are back to where we were before. This has not fixed anything, but it has given the ability. It has given us the ability to do another thing. It has given us the ability now to go here and have more than one of these guys. Okay, let's see what happens now. Huh. Somehow we've broken it? Okay, so it seems there are two problems at hand. One is our rectangles do not render like they should. And the second is, and this is curious to me because I didn't touch that rendering function. And then the second problem is that, so this is mostly correct. But why is this so messed up? Did I like somehow nuke a piece of the CSS or something? Well, we have. So we still render the CSS. I did not modify the CSS. And if you look at root, what have I changed that could have caused this? I renamed the items to body. But other than that, nothing has changed in here. Choice is the one that we just implemented. Oh, shit. This is what I did wrong. Oh my god. I'm a moron. I did this. Okay. There we go. Mystery explained. Oh my god, what have I done here? I will try to justify my actions in a moment. Okay, there you go. So I will try to justify my actions in a moment. Um, so here's what is happening. I wanted to remove the hard-coded width and height to the SVG, and I blindly removed it from the wrong thing. It's this. This is what I wanted to remove. Because with this removed, now they always try to occupy the full width, which is handy because it means that you can, you resize this, right? We can make them tiny. For example, we can do this. We make them tiny and we keep them there. And now we can do editing and easily come here and watch them. It would be nicer if we could have auto refresh, but it's fine for now. Even if it's not like super fancy, the setup that we have, it's good enough. Okay, so what is happening to my poor thingies here? Okay, you can clearly see, I think that there are, okay, let me, this was cute, but I'm gonna zoom back in again. So here's the problem. I think the problem that we're facing is the fact, no, Apple, please. Uh, the problem is we clearly are computing some x's wrong. And I think that chances are that, so this would be centered. And I think that this would connect correctly there if we did it. But yes, here we are missing something, aren't we not? Here we are definitely missing something. So this seems to be entirely a mistake in the way I handle some of that competition. Also, I would say that my vertical spacing is off because this is cutting to the edge of the image instead of having some extra vertical space. So I'm also miscomputing some of the vertical space. I think that some padding is essentially missing in the calculation. And I would say that is padding that should come from choice. So the layouting of choice, I think in here is missing some padding. And you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking this has to do maybe with default values that the JavaScript has, which we do not have. Although, like diagram multi-container does not have any. This does not have anything set to special values, it seems to me. Where do we deal with height? It is height is normal item dot height down. Oh wait, am I doing this? I bet you that I forgot to do this. Last item dot down. So here I increase up. Yeah, look, and I forgot to increase down. There we go. Now we don't have this spacing problem anymore. Now we need to fix the X stuff. Yeah, look, we are clearly losing it's like every iteration that we go down to, we lose something more. uh, Also, Is the first one even correct? I feel like, is this do centered correctly? I think it is. Yeah. Is it a padding issue? There is no padding in SVG. These are not like CS, divs and stuff. These are SVG elements. Um, or rather, sorry. I was talking about padding myself a moment ago. But so the padding is a concept that the original author of this library calls the white space around the whole graph. That's what's padding for them. So just adding some space between the very edge of the SVG and the contents. But the contents themselves are positioned using absolute coordinates. They are that I have to compute in the algorithm. There is no concept of there is no layouting. I'm implementing the layouting. So there is no padding. There is no vertical stacking, horizontal stacking, other than the one that I introduced myself. And like vertical stacking means that I will start adding stuff on the y-axis instead of on the x-axis, as an example. So that is solved. What I'm surprised about is that how are we messing up this y so much? Because this is correct. This is correct. Why is this correct? And I doubted that this has to do with the fact that this is a comment node. I am fairly confident that if I change it from a comment to a terminal, nothing should change. Well, other than the fact that it's going to be rendered as a terminal. Holy shit! What? Okay, I think I know what it is then. So this means that this is behavior specific to comment, and it's not in the layouting. I think it's in the rendering. It's in the render SVG of comment, and I think it has to do with this. I think it has to do with this somewhere in here. Some of this is not supposed to be n.with, it's supposed to be with, or vice versa. Out of curiosity, what if I do this? Will this yield any change? Wait, I need to reintroduce the comment. Right. Okay, so no, that was definitely not it. So this was fine. Hmm. So this was fine. Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, I knew that this was fine. Or rather, no, I didn't know that for sure. Uh, but it has to be one of the things that get mentioned here. So it could have been this because this defines gaps and gaps is used here. So it's either that or it's a mutated X that we are failing to mutate, or it's, oh, you know what? Yes, it is. No, it is not. I do plus gap 0 already. So uh, it's something along these lines that we're doing wrong. It's either n.with that is wrong, gaps 0 that is wrong, or this whole formula that is wrong. So let's go look at the original code. Comment. Let's look at format. Path text. So this is X, but after going to plus gaps 0, plus width divided by 2, and then Y plus 5. Why is it plus 4 on my end? But this is that's a Y coordinate. So that is not the source of the problem. That changes vertical alignment. So I guess we receive a wrong x value, but that surprises me, the fact that we receive a wrong x value and that affects this, but it doesn't affect anything else. It doesn't affect. Oh, wait, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Comment. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so wait. I should have been looking at a comment. And yeah, the problem is x plus gaps 0 plus and width, blah, blah, blah. So that was it, actually. I was also looking at the wrong thing. I'm dumb. Okay, so now this is back in business. So this is all well and good now. Now down here, we have mistakes going on. This is all wrong, this one down here. And here's what I know. I think that we do not make a mistake in rendering the vertical thing on its own. I think we are failing to do this correctly in the way that the arguments that of choice are passed to the second loop. We can even make another dedicated diagram to test this in a simpler context. Yeah, look, here we render this correctly. But here we fail to do this, which is the same failure that you see here, I think. And that somehow cascades. So I guess let's take a look at fixing the simpler case first. Aren't there examples already? No. Like this is my language. This is all my own stuff. So there are no pre-existing examples of these things. So in root, in comment, we either compute or we render wrong the second loop. So it's either here that we mess up the calculation, or it's in the rendering side that we mess up the calculation. It could be either way, could be both. I guess we start from the layout. Let's review this starting from the layout, and then we'll look at the other one. Just so that I'm not missing anything big in the beginning. I am not, I think. Yeah, I really think this has to do with the second half of the loop. So we start at index +1 for as long as we're lower than items.len. Yeah. We set arcs originally to AR times 2, and then we set it to AR afterwards. We do it here. We do it here. Item I minus 1. Entry delta is upper height, upper down, upper height, upper down. VS item up. Oh, there we go. I can already see a problem. Item height, item up. Upper down, VS item up, item height. Okay, so that's already the entry delta that was being computed wrong. Let's look at this. Upper down separator item up, upper down separator item up. And right also, oh, look, this is not item separator. This is here's the cascading failure. This is upper item separator. Item up, item hide. Okay, let's see where we get with those fixes. Okay, so far nothing major. I think something has changed slightly, but we're not yet done. I guess I probably have similar issues in the rendering code. Okay, so this seems fixed now. Let's go into the rendering code. Actually, wait a second. Because this is so this is straight line path. Curve above elements. Straight line path. Okay, these are curved below. I guess these are this is correct. Okay, let's take a look at the formatting. We start at IDX plus 1 as long as we are strictly lower than the last element. Yeah. Then item per item. Distance from Y. Oh, watch out. No, this is probably correct. So upper item height, upper item down. Yeah. These separators I minus 1, that is upper item separator. And then item up. So that is correct. Then there's this. Choice X, Y, Arcane, down distance minus AR2. Yes. Then format. Oh shit, where did I move my cursor to? Okay, let's see if the render SVG is correct here. X plus AR times 2. Yeah, Y plus distance from Y. Oh shit, what? Why is this minus? Wait, am I looking at the wrong thing? I'm looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, okay. Y plus distance from Y. And then inner width. What is inner width? Hello, Phil. What is inner width? Is n dot width minus AR4. Yeah. Okay, so this is not the wrong path, right? Like if I comment this out, this should omit good lines. Yeah, this omits good lines. So that line is not a problem. So it's this the problematic line? At least in this context, yes. So this is the problematic line. Oh, you know what I bet I'm missing? I'm missing this. I'm missing an arc. I guess it's a north. Uh, Actually, I don't know. It's an arc that goes from somewhere to somewhere. uh, is it from west to south? I think it's from west to south, right? There we go. Okay, so we got the missing line. So you can see that now this all connects. Final problem is, why is this chunk so messed up here? Why is this chunk so messed up here? And huh, um, interestingly, this has to do necessarily with the value that we pass to the middle element. No, this is not the middle element. This is the below element. This is a below element. So because the choice just passes down the initial value, and then all decision making is done by the vertical stack. So why is the vertical stack fucking this up? And most importantly, why is it fucking it up here, but it is not fucking it up there? So here's what I would be curious also to see. Because this, I don't know if it's clear, but this is a vertical stack. So this is a choice with two elements, the top vertical stack and the bottom vertical stack. This is a choice with three simple elements. I want to see a choice uh, with three elements. So let's go with three complex elements. So let's go make it happen. So let's make this. Um, okay, I'm gonna mess around with this a little bit. Well, okay, it's not the it's not it's not the Frozen song in a way that makes sense, but whatever. Yeah, so so the middle one is correct. Actually, no, sorry, this one is correct, but the now this one is wrong, and this one is wrong also in what seems to be the same way. Okay, what did we learn from this? What did we learn today? What if I do now this? I center it on the first element so that there is one above. Okay, so whatever it is happening, it seems that we are messing up both the stuff above and the stuff below it. Because would love is longer than have. We can test this hypothesis. Oh, Maybe it doesn't now. But yeah, there is some of that going on. And now it's almost okay. Yeah, we are not adjusting the width, I guess, accordingly. So you know what it might be? It might be that it's the stack that does not compute its own width correctly. I think that might be it. It's the stack that doesn't compute its width correctly. Or either that or we're not accounting for need space correctly in choice. To be fair, if you look at the logic in choice, we don't really seem to care. You know what? I think this is it. I don't think that this is the full story though. Maybe I'm also wrong. Okay, let's see what the original algorithm has here in choice. Yeah, it just computes. It just loads up the width of all elements. So no, this ain't it. Let's look at the other one. Let's look at let's look at stack. Maybe I did something wrong in here. Width is the max of all its elements plus, and each one plus if it is an element that needs padding. So stack does that. That's what I have here. Oh, what is this? Why do I not have that? If item's length is greater than 1, increase by AR times 2. Oh my god, what is going on in this computation? I was tired yesterday when I did this or something. Oh no, I know, I see what's going on. Okay, I see what's going on. I am mixing this first loop with this. Right, that is this. That is this. I see. Yeah, that's height. So what we need to do is at the end increase width by AR times 2. Do we do that? We don't. We forgot. We forgot. Okay, better. Um, did I remove the weirdo logic key in choice? Yeah, I did. Okay, so this. Although to be fair, I mean, if I comment this out, this does not. This is not making. This is not making a huge difference. Like before and after, it's mostly fine. This does not account for the errors that we're seeing. Well, there is one thing that we know for sure. For example, the length of this path is clearly too short. This needs to be longer. And whatever is the variable that defines the length of this path is also the one that messes up the one below. Huh. Yeah, like what is the difference between this and this, right? I, okay, the other thing that I'm thinking is that this might really be a width versus inner width thing at this point, because that is the only variable that I can think of that has that kind of meaning, which means that we might be passing down either something wrong from choice when we pass the inner width, or we are using it wrong from stock because we are using width in a place where we should be using the other thing. Which, by the way, this leads me. What if this was really sorted wrong? Oh man. Okay, and that is definitely not the case. So sounds good. Okay, there's a X mute X going on. Oh, there we go. I think we found the culprit. Or not. Never mind. So this was a reset by design. Oh yeah, now I remember. Yes, it was a reset by design. Well, oh, yeah, there we go. Check this out. What if this was not ended with? What if this was with? I'm gonna stop fucking around soon and just look at the original one. But huh, yeah, this looks more correct than it did before. So maybe this was supposed to be using with instead of n dot with. Um, yeah. Okay, let's go. Let's go take a look at the code for this. So inner width is defined. It is not defined as width. It is defined as this dot width. This is indeed n dot width. Okay, let's start from the top. By the way, if this does not work out, I have one last trick up on my sleeve to make sure that we make progress and we don't get stuck. So don't worry. Success is guaranteed. X and Y, H gaps 0. Then X gains gaps 0. Then this code saves the initial X. In our case, we still have the original X. We just start using mute X. H AR, yes. Increase X with option AR, yeah. Then there's a mutable Y that we gain at this point. So for each item, inner width is, oh shit, check it out. It's not width, it's not an oh no, it's this dot width. Sorry, I thought it was an item dot width, but no, this is n dot width minus this dot items line minus 1 option r 0. Wait, this definition of inner width, this definition of inner width does not whatsoever depend on item. It does not depend on item whatsoever. Why is it even in here? Why is it even in there? Man. Okay. Then item.format passing x and y and the constant inner width that you don't need to compute a bajillion times. What is the licensing for when you build a game? I don't know. Inner width, item height. If this is not the last iteration, yeah, so this is the outgoing line. X and Y down, and this is down max between 0 item down plus VS minus AR2 left inner width. The down ones we know are correct. And then there is a AWS at the end. So I think the problem is this inner width. This inner width is unreliable. And looking at the fact that we are not computing it wrong in here, this is making me think that the problem is that we are being provided a wrong inner width when we are inside the choice. And that is compatible with what we're seeing, because this guy here, by not being nested in a container, it gets its width from the diagram, which gives it um, always the right value. But here it is being given the non-right value by choice. So that is the problem. Choice passes down a wrong value. This is inner width. Inner width is computed here. It is very simple. It is n width AR4. We can double check, but I mean, this is absolutely trivial, which means that it is probably part of the layout that computes the width wrong. Yeah, this is correct. So we are computing width wrong in the constructor, essentially in layout in our case. Which is curious, because how do you fuck this up? How do you fuck this up? If this is it. is the maximum width of all your elements. And we don't modify width anywhere else, right? We modify up, height, down, down. But we do not modify width. So this computes the width. So does that make us circle back to the fact that choice gives us the wrong value for itself? That is weird, though. That is weird, though. This is fine. This is. Oh, I think I'm starting to see how this does need to be this big, because wood love definitely takes a lot of space, and wood love needs to have a straight line coming out of it. Like wood love, I mean, you decide how you want to do it, but given how this works, elements in a stack have perpendicular incoming and outgoing line from them. They don't have the curved ones. Choice has the curved ones. Stack does not. Doesn't have to be this way. You decide how you want to do it, but that's how it is here. So that explains why this up here is so long, is so wide. So I guess this width is correct. So this is the width that it is supposed to have. But then this guy is messed up. This guy is messed up. But somehow this guy is right. Yeah, it's the one that has the longest text that is visually correct. Is that it? Um, yep. The one that has the widest thing is correct. The other ones are not correct. And this, I think, makes a difference. Is this gap? Is this the gap calculation then that we're doing wrong? Yeah, I guess, maybe. So let's take a look at that. So the terming gaps has the outer argument width as the first one. It is outer inner. Outer minus inner, yes. And then looking at alignment, 0 diff, diff 0, and center is diff half, diff half. So this is right. This is easy. Are we using it wrong? Because I'm what I'm guessing is that we must be using somehow it wrong in a place where gaps either needs to be or not to be or something like that. And in the simple case, gaps is 0. I know for a fact that in simple cases, gaps is always 0. So it's a non-factor. But then this, I guess, starts becoming a factor. Like if I do this, just out of curiosity, and I do this, something will change in the render. These guys will not change down here, but this guy up here will change. Funnily enough, it looks better. Oh. 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 By the way, let's take a look at the online thing, how it is supposed to look like, maybe. So these, okay, so I think that I think they were definitely missing a gaps calculation in here. Something needs to have gaps added to it, and we're not doing it. Gap 0, I mean. So for example, these paths. Okay, let me see the re-render thing. Like, why is this so short? They should have gaps added to it somewhere. Hmm. Is this it? Haha. That is kind of it indeed. That is kind of it indeed. And we are essentially only missing now this connection here. There's a segment missing to a path. And I bet you that is it this guy? Is it this bad boy that is missing an arc? I bet you that it's this bad boy that is missing an arc. An arc that goes from west to north. No. West to east. Yeah, it's a west to east. Okay, watch it. Watch it be completely bored or be amazingly right. No. That's okay, so we are most definitely not missing an arc. So it's short. No, we're not missing that. We're missing a right. We're missing a right of how much though? Don't tell me that it's a gaps 0 right. Was it gaps 0 or along? That looks about right. Let's go double check in the original code to see if this is correct. By the way, I find delightful trying to figure this out on my own and not just copy pasting it mindlessly. So we are in the rendering code of stock. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh no. That does not look like this at all. So this is doing a path with an H of AR. So it's a horizontal. Okay, so it's a horizontal line. It's the line below. Yeah, I think you might be right. Give me 1 second. Actually, no, never mind. So I think it's the line below that is missing. Yeah, you're right. This is missing. And it is another horizontal line that is missing, right? Right. And it's unconditional, so good that we do it right. Mute X, mute Y, H gaps 1. Well, you know what? It's that. Yeah, that is the line that was missing. But that still does not work in our case. Why would it be gaps 1? So to be fair, it is a width thing. Gaps is still a width thing, but why would it be 1 instead of 0? Oh, here's also no. Okay, I'm missing the increment on X. Am I? Yeah. Okay. I wonder how my old calculation was wrong, because it was all probably wrong in some ways, but I wonder precisely how. Okay, so there we go. We have it. We have, in theory, we have implemented choice. We have fixed issues that we had with stock. Not bad. Not bad at all. Arrows time. But where would you want arrows? At the very extremes, right? We could do arrows at the very extremes. I don't know how to do that though. I would have to learn. But yeah, I would be fine with that. Hey, Lucky Dev. Yeah, thank you. So I guess the starting point could be a circle instead of the two lines. But for the arrow, I don't know. Is there like a triangle primitive? Also, I have to say I have not really engineered much these things at the end. So maybe we could start by engineering the start and end properties of diagrams in the schema language. So we could have double pipe, single pipe, and arrows. Hmm. Basic shapes. Yeah. So we could build a circle. Okay. By the way, good job, MDN. Yes, you can self-close this element. Bad MDN trying to self-close void tags in HTML. Bad MDN. Okay, so let's add a writer for that. Copy write rect. What are the properties? Center. Oh, right. X, center Y, and radius. Was it circle? Yeah. CX, CY, and then just R. Okay. But before I progress on this, let me look at the schema and then the types. So a diagram we say has a body, but let's say that the diagram has not only a body. Hello, Julian, but it has a start and an end. Start, which is a delimiter, or terminator. Let's call it delimiter. Because terminator, terminal, non-terminal, it's already overloaded stuff. So end, it's another delimiter. Actually, delimiter is an enum, so it's a union. Uh, uh, so pipes, circle. We start with those. Also, it would be nice to have the ability to add labels. So a diagram has these things. Actually, start and end at the end. No, you kind of want them before. Optional. Then what else? Um, do we need to parse these things? Okay, so this is the hard-coded path thing. So I guess we turn that into a switch. Also, I think here we should do that it is by default pipes. And then in the schema, it sees it is optional already. To do. So pipes, circle. What is circle? Right circle. This, and then 20. I don't know. So y is minus 10. X is padding. Y is padding. So we do minus 10. I guess that is to center. That is fine. That means that we need to do x plus 5 if we want a radius of 10. Sorry, a radius of 5, which I think we do. Actually, I'm not sure. I don't know. We can see where this gets us. Okay, let's see if we build, and then we're gonna personalize our diagram. So this guy is a bit annoying. Okay, simplified a little bit. Let's see how we do. Okay, so far so good. A, B, C, D, E, F. So what if this has circle as a star? Well, we certainly put a circle there. There's no doubt there. But we are definitely not doing the math right. So it's too high, and it is two to the left, I think. Although not necessarily. Maybe it's just a matter of having a horizontal line that we don't have. Um, yeah, but the height is definitely wrong. You know what? I think I'll maybe I want to use this as another example. Ah, it's fine. Actually, yeah, no, let's give it to both so that we can observe both at once. Okay, so it needs to be deeper down. That's for sure. If I do y without the -10, where does that get us? What the fuck? Is this an error? It is not an error. Oh, I guess I pressed the button too early. So yeah, that is the correct y. Now either we move it more to the right or we need to give it a segment. I think we should give it a segment. We should give it a path. Actually, the path we probably want to render behind it. In any case, it starts at x plus 5. Sure. Has the same y. And then it's just an h, a horizontal segment of what length? Of what length? Guess 10 would be, I think, the number that we were using before. Oh, there's an error. I did not expect to have been able to introduce. Oh, yeah. It's a little bit too short. So 10 is. So it should be 20? What the heck should it be? Well, 20 works. Okay, so we have the dot start. So we want the arrow end. Do you like trains? I don't know. I do like I like using trains more than cars. So I I really cannot empathize with people that really strongly believe that cars are so much better than trains. Um I just can't. I mean, I can drive. I don't have a car right now because I don't need it, but I've had a car for most of my life. Uh, it's fine. They're good. But when I'm moving somewhere, not having to be the one driving, being able to do other stuff as my body moves to the physical location, that is cool. I like it. Okay. Yeah, let's add the arrow. Which, by the way, the problem is, um, the way I'm structuring this, I'm allowing both start and end to have the same thing. So I think we want to change the schema a little bit. They cannot just be a delimiter. They have to be start and end separate. And start is pipes or circle, and end is pipes or arrow. It's either that or we make it or we pair them, like we say style and we say pipes or arrow essentially, and arrow means circle at the beginning and arrow at the end, or let's say directional. Pipes or directional. Okay, we do it like this then. Delimiters. Like this. Delimiters. Okay. Then here at the end, this is the pipes thing. Okay, so how do we do this? Polygon. It connects to the last point with the first, creating a closed shape. Okay. So it's polygon. Then it's points. And then it's just, I guess in our case, it's going to be a list of 2 points. No, 3 points. Because then, and then it connects. So 3 points. Okay. One is going to be, wait, points are tuples, right? Wait, where the fuck is this 50? Each number separated by a space, okay, comma, okay, EOL, like new line, or a line fit character with additional white space permitted. Each point must contain 2 numbers, an x coordinate and a y coordinate. But you can omit the fucking trailing 0. Bro, why do you allow this? Oh, no. Yeah, I'm wrong. Sorry. Yeah, I'm completely wrong. This is the first number. This is the second number. I don't know why it's Visually, it was freaking me. I thought that this was a coordinate for some reason. Like this was the first point, this was the second point. I'm dumb. This is the first point, this is the second point. Okay. Let's make it happen then. So it's gonna be this comma this comma this, and this comma this. Okay. So it's gonna be x, then y minus 5, then x, y plus 5, then x plus 10, y, and that should be it. Oh, I think that there is our diagram needs to be updated. Holy shit. I nailed it. That looks that looks about right to me. That looks about right to me. There we go. So for Ziggy Rails to Ziggy Rails, I can't yet because I have more constructs to implement. We have stack, we have choice, but we're missing key stuff. We're missing sequence. We're missing all the other constructs that the original library had, which I am using in that thing. So I think the next step is to get more coverage of those, implement some more of those. Ziggy is honestly doing a pretty good job at being a decent language for this use case. I'm very happy with it. The one thing that I'm not happy with is not having support for training commas in unions, which actually it might not even be strictly necessary, but in any case the formatter does not do a good job formatting nested things. Like if I do this, if I do dot stack, and then I give it another stack, and then I give it another stack, let me think about it for a second. Is that the problem? I actually do not remember precisely what the problem is. In any case, there were some things that were unhappy that I was unhappy with the formatter, but setting that aside, it was honestly it is mostly a delightful experience as is. Um yeah, so let's implement more of this stuff. Do-do-do-do-do. So in the schema, what else do we have which we have implemented? So we have implemented terminal, non-terminal, comment, skip. We have not implemented sequence yet. There's optional sequence. We have which I haven't implemented. I have implemented choice. There's multiple choice. There's horizontal choice. There's optional, although optional is a shorthand for choice one skip child. Then we have to implement optional skip, although no, these two guys are trivial to implement because they are, it's just a matter of redirecting essentially. Then there's zero or more. That one is also shorthand. So you need only to implement one or more. And then there's group. Yeah, sorry, it's just a matter of implementing this. So give me a second. I'll take a quick bathroom break. Then once I come back, maybe we can take a look at group. Group is actually pretty nice to. I like it as a feature, so maybe that's the next one that I want to look at. Um, yeah. In any case, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's implement group. Group looks pretty cool. Item is wrap string item, sure. Label. Oh, label is considered a comment element. So it reuses the layouting of comment. That is fine. We can kind of make one on the fly for this purpose. Yeah. The fact that we turn the label into a comment is neat, I think, because um, while reusing the functionality programming wise is not that important or interesting, it is conceptually a comment. So whatever change you make to comment, you do kind of want for it to reflect also on a comment attached to a group. That being said, I also want to invent something new that isn't present in this library. But well, let's implement this first. Choice group. No, group needs to have its own definition because it needs the label. And its body. Although the body is a single element of group, so how does that work? Let's look at the schema. We called it child. So when there's only one element, we call it child instead of body. Okay. Hmm. I don't love this body child thing. I think it should be one single term, like items, maybe at this point. Anyway. Okay. So now we have a group. Let's lay out group. Okay. So the width is the maximum between whatever it's inside of it and the width of the label. If it has a label, because it might not have a label. Okay. Oh, the label is optional. Well, okay, you're right. The label is optional indeed. So how do we do this schema wise? So label. Yeah, I think we do want to make it optional because there might be issues with making like an empty text element that might fuck us something up. So let's just be explicit about it being optional. Let's look in the schema. Yeah, label is optional bytes. That's perfect. Defaults to null. Then Mm, 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 mm. So ended width is max between. First, we need to lay out the child. Then it's between group.child. You know what? Let's change this to G. G.child dot width plus needs space. That's 0. And the other one is um, see how we can do this. Can we do node? Hmm. Something like this. Okay. Um, so this is this. And options AR times 2. That is also in the race. Okay. Then height is the item height. This dot box up. That is a new property that we've never seen before. Box up. What is box up? Is this? This is something that we reference in there. I mean, how is this different than normal up? Because we also have normal up. Okay, so we have up and box up. Box up is a function of up and the up of the items plus some options. We don't use it here anywhere, but we use it in its own rendering here. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. We don't need, like, we don't need to do this because we can put this in the other function. Like in the other function, we compute box up as this value, and that's it. Huh. So I don't think we need box up. Ended up is the max between g.child.up VS plus VS and AR. Then if there's a label, oh, also, yeah, this is like this. Oh, we want to keep this thing around. For its height. Okay, so this is implemented here. Hello, Diablo. So down and need space. What am I doing? I'm implementing an SVG railroad diagram library. But I'm about to go on a lunch break in a second, and then I'll be right back. Mermaid, but SVG. But only railroad diagrams. I'm writing some stupid stuff. This needs to be improved. This stuff is just dumb. Yeah. Anyway. Shuttle down. Okay, I'm gonna write this line and then go eat. Okay, so this is essentially it. So so this is the layouting for group. Next, we're gonna need to implement the rendering for group. And once we do, we'll be able to also render groups. So give me a second. Give me a few minutes. I'm gonna do a quick lunch break, and then I'm gonna come back and resume the work. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Lunch break over. So, uh, let's try. So we're in the middle of implementing this. Okay, let's complete it. So we are at the rendering part of it. Oh, look at how nice and easy the rendering is. Delightful. To be fair, yeah, the groups are mostly a matter of layouting. They are not much of. They don't have much rendering concerns, I think. So, cups. Then there's a couple of lines. This actually surprises me slightly. This surprises me slightly because, um, what are these lines here? It's a wait, really? It's a rect and a label. What are you pathing? Oh, I know what you're pathing. I know what it is pathing. It's the fact that this group will be part of the diagram, and the diagram will attempt to connect to it, not to its children. So this needs to extend the connection from the left and connect back to the connection to the right. That's why it needs to have these two lines, which are essentially the lines that every single thingy has in here. So like it's the same thing that I think everybody does. Let's double check. X, Y, H gaps 0. Yeah. X plus gaps plus width. Y plus height. H gaps 1. Yes, these are the two connecting lines that every single thingy has. Then the main thing is the rectangle. So it's a rectangle, then it's the child, and then optionally the label. Yeah. So oh shit, I need to fix X and Y myself. Okay, so width is oh Y is Y minus box up, which I will need to implement. Width is n dot width, n dot height, AR AR. Wait, what is box up? Box up is what was computed up here. Which is the app of its child plus VS plus AR. There we go. Okay. So, oh shit, we have compile errors. Huh. Well, fuck. This might be bad for us. Well, let's see. Because I fear we might be hitting a limitation in the deserialized implementation of Ziggy, which we'll have to fix, which we can fix, but we will have to fix to move forward. This means that, yeah, this child needs to be a pointer to a child element. What does the serializer have to say about that? Okay, so far, nothing yet. No field name label in root diagram node. Um, yeah, because it's comment. Oh, because it goes inside the row. And let's write to a file. Okay, so far so good. We don't have any group yet, so let's add one. I think that is so. The fact that we haven't gotten yet a compile error, that is good. So maybe there is no limitation after all. I don't. I thought I didn't implement it. Oh, you know what? No, I did implement it there. I know where the problem is. Okay, we'll hate that, but further down the line, thankfully. Let's add a group to our thingy. So it builds. This is what it looks like. The answer is not good. Oh yeah, you know why? I haven't implemented it yet. All wait, I think I implemented it up to a point and then I got distracted or something. Um, because yeah, we write those thingies. Where is it? We write those thingies. We write the rect, but now we have to write a bunch of other things. Also, write rect is missing the class thing. Okay. So now we get to fix all the calls to write rect. classes group box. Okay, then we need to render the child element, which is interesting that we do it in this order. I would disagree. I would argue that you want to render this last. So this is the child then. The values might be slightly more complicated, but they're not really. Oh well, it's plus gaps 0. Oh, these are all plus gaps 0, are they not? Yeah. Hmm. Oh, I should default to null. Okay, so we're back. We render the child back again. There's supposed to be a box around it that we don't see, so maybe we are miscalculating that one. Let's print the label though in the meantime. So if there is a label, does it not work? Hmm. So look, actually, the kind of project that you develop in a higher level language would be enough. Yeah, it would totally be enough, or even better. I disagree. Why do you choose to use a low level language like Zig? I do everything with Zig, but mm, I, in all honesty, I will probably choose Zig just because it's convenient for me, because it's what I know, because it's what I use. But setting aside, there are some let's say more objective, less subjective reasons to want to prefer Zig in this case, which is that, by the way, the original library that I'm looking at for inspiration, I'm literally stealing this. It's a reimplementation. What I'm doing, it's a reimplementation of a pre-existing library. This one. See if let's see if we have. So this is the library. It from Tab Atkins Railroad Diagrams. So this is the library. All the smart SVG stuff that you see was figured out by this person, not by me. I'm a complete novice. I've been able, if you've been looking at what I've been doing, I've been able to occasionally start figuring out how to do stuff with SVG, but it is mostly, but I don't have the level of confidence to be able to, come up with my own design for this whole thing on my own entirely. I mean, it's not insanely hard, but full disclosure, I'm not quite there yet. I'm just learning as I go. So with that out of the way, this person has implemented this library in JavaScript and Python. If you're a JavaScript or a Python user, you're good to go. If you want to do web stuff where you want to generate these things in the browser, you can do it. So yeah, there's a lot of utility already out there for when it comes to these things. But here's the problem. In my case, yes, I want to generate these things for my websites, but I don't want to depend on an entire Node runtime or an entire Python runtime. These things are problematic. They're annoying. I think that as far as libraries go, the fact that this library, I believe, is completely dependency free makes it probably the kind of the best type of library you can ask for in these ecosystems. Why cannot stupid fucking GitHub load this page? I hate it. So let's see. Does it have dependencies? It has no dependencies. So that is really good. That like this library, I would say, is amazing in many ways, already as is. But you still need Node. You still need Python. In my case, I'm writing this in Zig. I know that I can compile it for WebAssembly, so I have the the web use case covered anyway, even if it's not JavaScript. My version is more efficient, although to be fair, in this case, it's not all that important. But to me, what matters the most is that it is portable. I can depend on it. I know that it's a static executable that is never gonna break. It's not like, oh, you now change version of JavaScript and now this might not work anymore. Again, I might be this might not be as true for this specific library. This specific library seems to me really good. The fact that it doesn't have dependencies means that it's much less likely that it's going to break than, the average JavaScript library that depends on a bajillion different things. But yeah. Easier to integrate with a build.ziggin zine and stuff. Yes, that as well. So by writing this in Zig, I would be able to have my websites have a single build script for generating these things. And I don't know. I think it's going to be more reliable. Okay. So, so what is I got lost. What was I doing? So here we're rendering stuff. I think we're rendering all of it at this point, so it should be good. Oh yeah, no, we're rendering the label, right? We're doing right SVG on the label. So W. Actually, what are the parameters? X is the same X. Y is Y minus box up plus label down plus label height. Okay. And then label width. Don't forget the brackets. Which brackets are we talking about? Round box up plus label down plus height. Oh shit. Yeah, thank you. There is no right SVG in diagram node. Um, what? Oh, it's render SVG. Okay. So this works. I think that we might be doing everything right, but the styling doesn't play nice with us. I suspect that this really might be a styling problem. Okay, let me... Oh, there's a path after a G without a new line in the middle. That is not nice on my part. This is the third SVG, I guess. This is the second SVG. Right, but we want to railroad in the first one. There we go. So this is the comment stuff. G class comment. Two paths of length 0. Huh, which is fine, I guess. And a text of class comment that says diagram. And this is the rect. Height 0. Height 0 seems a little bit too little, huh? Doesn't it? For what we're doing. Probably should be more than height 0. Rect is n.height. So it's the height that we layouted for this group. Which is the height of the child. Why does the child say that it has height 0? This is a non-terminal. Is the non-terminal lying to us? It does say that it has height 0. But that actually might be correct. I think the problem is that we should increase our own height by more than just the child's height. Let's double check on that. So class non-terminal. Oops. Class non-terminal has height 0. Okay, so that is a fact. That is correct. And then class group, it should not have height 0. That seems sus to me. I think it might be this calculation that is wrong. Box up is box up height. This dot height and this dot down. Okay, so this seems to be computed correctly. Oh yeah, it's that rack that has totally the wrong height value. There we go. But I think it's either a little bit too tall or not centered as it should be. Box up shouldn't be the sum of 3 values. You think so? Box up is child up plus VS plus AR. In the original code, box up is cached. Oh, you're right. It's the max of these two guys versus AR. Oh shit. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay. This is not bad. Let me show you what that looks like in the original project. So check this out from the original one. I wish I could zoom this in. I guess I can. So look at one thing that is happening wrong. This is in the original code, because of the rendering order, you see the dotted line, well, the dashed line. On this side, it's above the previous line. On this side is below the previous line. And I don't think that is nice. So if you check out my version does not exhibit this problem. So I've also improved on this tiny detail, which I think it's nice. So we have groups. Now, I wish I could implement also labels. So I wish that you could optionally give a overhead label to a non-terminal, like a non-terminal label. There is a second line segment going over the group dash line. Oh, you're right. Never mind. I solved it only partially, didn't I? Yeah, it's because they encounter. It's because this line, this guy, and the next one they encounter in the center. Um. Yeah, it's unfortunate, isn't it? So Even though I changed the order of things and improved it a little bit, it's still not correct. I think the only correct way of doing it would be to delay rendering the group delimiter, which we could do technically, but it would just complicate the whole process. Although, to be fair, the visual, like the visual feel is more important than not doing two passes over a three. So not the end of the world, to be fair. Not the end of the world, to be fair. And just to double check, yeah, the this thing is the last thing that we render, so it's not on us. It's sorry, no, direct is here. Yeah, it's not on us. Or is it? You know, just to be sure. What if we move this here? Yeah, that does not solve it. Okay, I just wanted to double check. Actually, what this should do is that, yeah, it makes the diagram text disappear behind it a little bit. The G disappears behind it, the line, and we don't want that. I mean, maybe we would want for this text to be a little bit more above so that the G doesn't end up colliding. Frankly, that wouldn't be a bad idea. Like just 5 pixels more. Oh shit. I meant 5 pixels less. That is too much, I think. I guess this is still, this is still dependent on the font. So there's no way of getting this right for all possible combinations of things. But yeah, will the stroke width be configurable? Um, I don't think so. Frankly, I don't see a reason to make this thing to add too many knobs to this thing. I mean, obviously, the more features you add, somebody will be able to use it, but it complicates everything. Yeah, because you need to parameterize stuff more. And ultimately, I mean, it's railroad diagrams. They're kind of meant to look like this. You can already personalize the text with CSS. So what I would say is that more likely what you want to do is use CSS to change the colors and to pick a font that you like. And that's already plenty, I think, for this specific context. I would agree that a more general library of this kind would want to do things differently. I would also say another thing. I have the impression that this comment text is not vertically aligned correctly. You know what I'm starting to think? I'm starting to think that the reason why this overlaps is the same reason why this text seems a little bit too low. If I look at the original thing, no, this one overlaps as well. Oh, okay. So they kind of by design do this. Oh, you know why? Because if you have an uppercase, now I understand why this looks like this. It's because there are no uppercase letters. If you put an uppercase letter, then the uppercase letter looks a lot more well centered because it occupies more of the vertical space. So you can see, right? Like the center of mass of lowercase letters is lower, and so it seems more extreme. Okay, we have implemented group. I think I would like to implement labeled non-terminals. Right, this one has two strings, right? This has the label and the text. Also without the con. Wait, bytes. It's bytes. Okay, so in root, okay, um layouting a non-terminal label. Layouting a non-terminal label should be a lot like layouting a group, I think. Layout group. Okay, so what do you do for layouting? So this is what you do for a terminal. Oops. Oh shit. Okay. Wait, why is this in my buffer? So this is the length of our text. I guess we do not account for the length of the label. No, I think we should. So I think that our width should be the max between this and doing the same for the label. And we kind of want the label to be essentially a comment. So we can do this. Also, this says need space true, but I think we can ignore that. So it's the max between the two. Up and down is not 11. I don't remember what up and down is. I guess it's spacing that it needs above it and spacing that it needs below it. So I think that the up is 11 plus label.height plus label.up, I think. So this is the layouting. Then when rendering, oh, this is going to be good. Hello, Cyberfart. So check this out. We'll make this a looping switch. And we essentially ask the switch to render this NTL as a terminal. So we do continue outer with a value of, oh wait, this is still gonna use n though. Current node. That is actually perfectly fine. Holy shit, this works so well. That is suspicious how well this is working. Uh, so it's a row instance which is gonna be non-terminal. So that's it. But before that, we print the label. And so we need the comment rendering code essentially. Wait, actually, I'm kind of dumb because it doesn't have to be this way. We don't need we don't need the outer switch to pull this off. We can do that just with recursion. So what we can do is we can create a non-terminal and render it that way. Yeah. So like var. Wait, give me a second. No, I think that for this specific situation, that is the right thing to do. Okay, I think that's how it works. We make a copy of ourselves. Am I dumb? I think I'm doing this in a dumb way. Sorry, let me go back to layouting a little bit. We make a label. You know what? Instead of copying this code here, this is how it should be. We make a label. And we lay out it. Then we make a non-terminal. Which is gonna be like this. Okay, I have it. We make the label and we lay out it. We make the node, the non-terminal node, and then we lay out it. And then we say the width is the max between the two widths. Then the height okay, and then we need to decide height up and down. I think that uh, we want n dot height to be nt dot height plus label dot height plus whatever we put in the middle. Which let's say that it's gonna be 5 pixels. We put 5 pixels in the middle. That I think is gonna be the height. And up is gonna be actually this should be also plus label dot down, I think. Then my up is gonna be label height, label up. Is it actually gonna be the dot up? Or is it gonna be the dot down? Actually, wait, this is the padding around this thing. This is not really all that much stuff. The padding around ourselves is yeah, right, right, which is past our height. So our height is what matters. I think this should be this. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so but this is the right approach. So when rendering, it's the same approach also when rendering. Okay, so there's that. There's some stuff that we're definitely not doing right. We need the gaps probably. We need the gaps. We need competition with the gaps. There's a few things that are missing. So I don't know, YOLO. Let's see how far we get. Oh, non-terminal label. Oh my god, what did I call this thing? Okay, so yeah, we need to compute gap. We need to add gap to this, I think. Then somehow the y gets messed up. That is interesting. So non-terminal label. Okay, so this is correct so far. What we're missing next is in the label the, I guess, okay, so we need gaps, I think. Okay, uh we need some of this. So we want to group this. We want to compute gaps. We want to gap the x, I think, of label. Wow, this has produced no difference whatsoever. That is bad. Oh wait, y definitely has to be different. So y needs, I think, a hard coded value, which is nt dot height at the very least. Wait, this is not showing me anything. Oh, this is bad. Also, I think it's negative to go up. It's not positive. Minus nt. Oh, vs. It's vertical space. So there we go. We got something to happen. I wonder if I should just hard code some stuff. Is up not adding? Wait, should it be up? Oh, is up the coordinate of the upper corner? Oh yeah, there we go. Well, would you look at that? Okay, so now why is my stuff not centered? My stuff should be centered, and I think that gaps, since it affects label, it should be label dot width. There we go. Now label is centered indeed. Now, why is the rest here fucked up? I don't know. I think that has to do with the fact that we have. Oh, I know what it is. We should not be adjusting something that is used to compute the center, the vertical center, because our comment should not come should not count in that sense. So I think its height that should stay the same, and it is up that should change. Yeah, height should stay the same. And if anything is up, they should change. So let's say that this B gains a label now. Let's see what happens. Okay. So we don't correctly communicate that we need to be taller overall. And I think that is done by increasing up. Actually, that might be just an assignment instead of a sum, but that works. Okay, so we did this correctly. We are filling the width now, I think. Somehow this is correct, but this is not. And this is out of center. Yeah, because we should be centering. Okay, so this gap stuff is right. And it should not only affect the label, but it needs to affect also this guy. Okay, give me a sec. How does this work? Is this correct? Uh-uh. It seems to me the build is not centered. It's too much to the right. Yeah, because the label gap is not the same as the anti gap. So how does that work? Uh, well, the label gap is actually relative to should. Huh. I might be doing something wrong here. By the way, if I change this to be nt.width, I bet you that this is now going to okay. I bet you that now the label is going to be fucked, but this is going to be correct. Yeah. So this is the correct value. Although this works as long as the label is shorter than the thing. If the label is longer, God knows what happens. Let's change it here. Yeah. essentially the width that we pass down should be the max of the two widths or something. Okay, let's see what happens. Something should be improved, something should not be improved. Okay, that is kind of an improvement. That is kind of an improvement. Hello, Calder. Kind of an improvement. Okay, I'm starting to get what I need to do. Slowly, but I am. The next thing is that label actually should be given itself, always, but it should be provided with a gap that centers it. So it should be, this should be the label gaps. As for this guy, let's just see what happens if we do that. Yes, so that seems better. This one is not better. We're getting there. I think that we are almost getting there. We only have one final thing to figure out. The X positioning of this guy is wrong. It needs something added to X. Let's look at what group does, because by the way, it's the same, it's kind of the same logic as group. How does it do it? It just computes gaps on our own width. Well, to be fair, our own width, now that I think about it, is already the bigger of the two widths. So yeah, this should be. Wait, maybe this should be. Okay, one sec. Uh, what's your best way of explaining what asynchronous is? Asynchronous is like Greek. It's a word that comes from Greek. Chronos is like time. Sync is at the same time. A is a negation. So you could say not at the same time, but I think a better interpretation would be that it does, because these words have have complicated meanings. They don't have just one meaning. When you combine them and you do things, they have a meaning that is, the meaning gets bent a little bit. So I think a better way of looking at it is uh, not in sync. When you write normal code, it is strictly in sync. This has to be computed before you can do this. This has to run to completion before you can do this. There is a very locked in relationship between what has to happen first and what has to happen second. Asynchronous stuff is logic. You can imagine lines of code that do not have that relationship. So they have no connection between them, and they can be computed out of order because they don't have an ordering relationship with one another. So that is asynchronous. And to be clear, when I'm saying this, I mean that asynchrony is a property of an algorithm, of a piece of computation. It's an abstract property. It's not a mechanical property of the hardware or anything like that. So, for example, here, I'm gonna write some code in this block. Let's say that you have var x equals 10, x plus equals 1, print x. These lines are synchronous. Or rather, let's say most importantly, these two lines are synchronous. Printing x before or after increasing it by 1 will change the result. So you cannot, if you move them around, you change the semantics of what you're doing. But let's say that we do var y equals 5y minus 1, print y. This is the same as above, right? Same relationship. But when it comes between these two different groups of things, they can be moved. Well, I guess it depends on whether you care about what the printing first one and then the other. But let me change it this way. We always print first x and then we print y. And now whether we do it this way or this way doesn't matter, right? These two lines are asynchronous, if you will, compared to the other, in relationship to the other two lines, because whether you do the number crunching first on x or do it first on y, it doesn't matter. You end up with the same final result. So they are, oops, I pasted one too many. They are order independent. Then, assuming that your computation is a little bit more complicated than just adding two numbers, what you can do afterward is say, okay, you know what? I will move some of this computation to a separate thread. So you have one thread that computes one thing, you have one thread that computes another thing, and then at the end, you do the printing. So now these two threads, quote unquote, can run at the same time, and this one has to wait for them to be done, but then now they can run independent of one another. Or rather, they can run in parallel because they are independent of one another. If for some reason the computation up here depended on some result from here, then it wouldn't be, it would have to stop and wait. So then, because this algorithm allows you to do independent work, then you can split it into threads, you can split it into stackless coroutines, you can split it into fibers, and they can run independently, not necessarily in parallel, because a thread or a green thread or a stackless coroutine, none of these things are units of parallelism. They are units of concurrency. They allow the computer to compute up to a point, pause that calculation, switch to another task, progress the other one, and then switch back. But then, if your computer has multiple CPU cores or GPU and a CPU, so it needs to have like independent pieces of hardware. Once it does have independent pieces of hardware, then these things can finally actually run in parallel, because different pieces of hardware, because your code can be split apart thanks to the fact that it is separated into separate coroutines and units of concurrency. And then these units of concurrency, ideally, can be placed on different hardware pieces, different CPU cores. I guess that would be the quintessential example. And so cores run in parallel, and now you have parallel execution, and now you have time savings. what if you call an async function that returns something? Yeah. That will be used within another async function. Isn't that in sync? Yeah. I know that won't block the execution, but it still looks in sync. What do you mean it won't block the execution? It will block the execution. Some execution will be blocked. Like this example here, usually it's like this, right? This is pseudocode, by the way, at this point, but you get the idea. Right? This is how it usually works. Yeah, this is super pseudo syntax. This is super pseudocode syntax. Be patient. That's this is not real Zig code. But these things that I said are separate things. Usually they end up into, when you async them, they give you a future, and then before you can use the result, you have to await the future. But what does awaiting the future means? It means, well, does it mean? It means that yeah, these guys are running at the same time, sure, but this guy has to block. So when an async function returns a future that somebody else, or a result that somebody else depends on, that somebody else has to block. If this was implemented on top of multi-threading, this thread is running, this thread is running, this thread is blocked. This thread is blocking on a few texts, or there's different mechanisms, but conceptually, this thread cannot make progress because it's blocked, waiting for these two threads to produce their values. So this is perfectly consistent with the original definition, because it means that this and these guys are not asynchronous in relationship to one another. So asynchrony is not, it's a relationship between two pieces of code. It's not like a function is, I know that in practice, in your programming languages, most of the time you take a function, you mark it async, and now it's an async function. But if you want a more sophisticated understanding, the idea is that a function is not async in an like abstract isolated sense. A function is genuinely async relationship to another piece of code that does not interact with it, at least until it produces a result. So here, well, I don't know. I hope this was enough. I'm happy to keep discussing the general idea though. But also now I forgot uh, what I was trying to do with my X here. So what's happening here is that we're not computing gaps correctly. Hopefully this helps. Yes, hopefully this helps. Inner width, I think we are computing wrong. I don't know. We're doing some stuff wrong. Let me put it this way. That's for sure. Okay. So this is a little bit better. But the problem is that we're using the label wrong, because the label should be okay, we need to use the label in a different manner because we need to lie to the label. The label thinks that it is an element on the railroad system and that it needs to connect to its parent element. And that is wrong. That is fair and wrong. That is not the case. So we need to give it label.width. That's for sure. But that does not center it correctly. Right. Right. And also this plus gaps 0, does it even help at all? What if we did not give it to it at all? And it puts it there. to be fair, whether we want this label to be centered or to the left, that is maybe one could even argue up to debate. But so what we want then is to, from the outside, compute the gap of label, and we want to compute the gap of label, and essentially we center it from the outside. So label gaps is for real. Okay. So we have almost achieved exactly what I wanted. We are only missing these guys here. So the question is, why is our guy here? Why is our guy here not doing it right? I don't think we need this. I think we need end.width, maybe. Actually, I might be wrong. No, that is not what we need. So it is fair to say, it is, what is fair to say, dude? What even is fair to say? Actually, I think it should be nt.width. Why shouldn't it be nt.width? Oh shit, we're now we're fucking this one up. Okay, one sec. A node is a self-layouting element that can contain one or more nodes. Yeah, it depends on the type of node. Some nodes do not contain anything else. Some are container nodes, and yes, they will contain subnodes, and they will participate in, like, they will have to, do the layouting in a way that combines well. I think that really what we're missing is either we center build correctly manually from the outside, which we need to do, I think. Yeah, okay, so this is correct. Okay, so this is perfectly correct. But this, why is this not doing these things on the sides correctly? I guess it's this and width. Ah, almost. Almost. Fuck. Actually, no, wait. Is this gonna be the combination? This is the combination. Okay, so this was the right combo. Okay. Let me try to increase the size of this guy. Let's see what happens. Yeah, it adapts correctly. I coded it not wrong. I invented a new thingy and it's coded right. I'm so happy. So we started from this more complicated, awesome way of grouping things together to a more humble, but I would argue potentially useful uh, concept here. And what is it that we need next? Um, well, let's implement another one of these container models. So, what else we need to implement? I think I want to implement multiple choice. That one is gonna be pain. But it's gonna be satisfying, I think, once we get it working. How's the width of the text computed? Is there something like average character width? Indeed, there is a average character um, constant multiplied by the number of characters. Unfortunately, such is life. Hey, crypto code. I have experience with SVG rendering, but with the luxury of measuring text within JavaScript. Yeah, that sounds nice. Okay, we were saying multiple choice. Yeah. Okay, so what's in a multiple choice? An index. Oh, I'm counting all these things. Wait, did I not call these things IDX in my? Oh, they are index in the schema, but they were IDX in both my implementation and my document. So that's why it matched. Oh no. Okay. Index, kind, and body. I mean, it's essentially a choice plus a kind. At this point, I am kind of tempted to not even give it a dedicated type here, but just call it any choice, all choice, or like multiple choice any, multiple choice all. And we spare ourselves this parameter. And then it's just a choice. So here, but all branches must be taken at least once, I think. Frankly, I'm not even sure what this is supposed to represent because I never used it. In Ziggy, I use multiple choice any, which looks like this. This is a multiple choice any. It's +1, take one or more branches once each in any order. Once each in any order. Huh. I think the label comment could be better, but anyway. Okay, let's see how much they have in common. Class multiple choice. Hmm. Yeah, I think it's the same as the other one, plus these thingies here on the sides, which is the 30 and 20. Let's see if there's... Oh, wait, this is saving inner width. Ah, which is another property that there is no reason to save. Let's take a brief look at choice here. So this is the same, except that we call it inner width. Here, then we add AR and 20 and 30. That could be done with a switch. That's fine. Up is the 0th thingy up. Down is the last one down. Height is normal height. Yeah. There's a for loop, which assuming is this for loop. Oh, this has a for loop above and a for loop below. This changes down. This changes up. Oh, this has been turned into a single loop. This has been turned into a single loop that branches in the end with before or after. Huh. I suspect that this is the author essentially implementing this at another point in time. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, you know what? Separate implementation. That's fine. So this is the original width, and then it's width plus equals 30 AR 2 times AR. Well, AR 20. Okay. Oh, this is not N. This is MCH. Wait, where are we looping again? So we're doing this loop again when we could have done it here. Because it's not like inner width is being used much in here. So let minimum. If I is normal minus 1 or I is normal plus 1, minimum is 10 plus AR, otherwise it's AR. And minimum is used. Okay. Do you plan to ship this with Zine? Hi, Emily does care. Does care. I should make sure to pronounce this correctly. Um, do I plan to ship this with Zine? You know, I'm tempted. I don't know yet if I have, like, I don't have a fully well formed plan in mind, but it looks cool, right? It would make sense to support a type of code blocking markdown where you write the Ziggy document and it renders a graph. So yeah, I would say that that I am tempted. I'm not promising it yet, but yeah, I've been thinking I might implement sequence diagram. You mean are you talking sequence diagrams in terms of like UML? So you want the ability to render those? I see. There we go. And then down is minus equals height, which we do here. So we could just okay. So this should be it for layouting multiple choice. And now there's rendering, and boy, rendering has some stuff in it, I can promise. Oof. Let's get to it. Okay. Gap and standard stuff. Animates the curve above. I guess this is the normal, and then elements the curve below. Okay. Oh, so there is a reason to save normal. I'm gonna leave middle. Plus height. Oh no, there's the X gaps 0 stuff going on. Oh, is it mutable? It shouldn't be mutable. It should just be that. I'm gonna call it MCH X. Okay. Oh, plus inner width, and then Y minus Y distance. Okay, there's more stuff that I need, and then inner width. Okay. Yeah, we need to compute the inner width. Inner width, I think, is the sum of all the widths from the children without any extra stuff. Actually, we could compute it also backwards. So if we look at the layouting code in MCH, we select width as the max of its children, and then we add this, which frankly could be made a constant that we then subtract from the other side. So down here, inner width is essentially MCH n dot width minus MCH extra width. There we go. Actually, minus. So we have recovered inner width. Okay, so far so good. So we need a path, and we should be done with this loop. Okay, if I is different than 0, then update distance from y. Busted. Okay, this is not the full thing, but it's some. So I think technically it could be tested. From timing depends on control flow. Does that help in any way? Doesn't. Does that help? Yeah. Mm, unknown field IDX. That is indeed correct. Okay, no change, which is fair. I guess we can make this a multiple choice. Okay, there we go. So, I don't know. So far, so good. Still missing some stuff. Okay. So, middle part now. That's a compile error. Expected for arguments found 3. In right path, is that it doesn't have an options? Oh, it has commands. Yeah, to be fair, does this path not have commands? It has. I'm blind. It has a right AR. Wait, the one above also has a right AR. Okay, so it's the same thing. Okay, so far so good. So far so good. Now it's the rest of the items and then the fancy extra elements. Whew. Also, hello, Outcross. I'm sorry, you sent a special message and I didn't see it in work. Okay. Oh, interesting. So this uses item, which is the one before middle. Okay. Uh, okay, wait. Am I going insane? Yeah, this is item height, not okay. Arc is a C. Then up. Minus AR plus item height. Okay. Final thingy. If this is the last element, if it's not the last element, plus VS. Okay, not bad. We got also the bottom part. Okay, we're missing the two widgets on the sides, and then we are done with this guy. Okay, let's continue with the work. We're pretty much on the final stretch because we need to implement this stuff here, and we're good. So we're making a G diagram and text. Let's make it a print. Okay, diagram text. What else? Title. Take one on branch, one each, once each in any order. Oh, once each in any order. Take all branches, once each in any order. I was using this concept in the wrong way. I was using it in the wrong way. So it turns out that I don't need this concept here for Ziggy. I see. So this was supposed to be in the meaning. Take one or more branches, once each in any order. Take all branches, once each in any order. I see. Yeah, I can see that being useful for other things. In my case, that's not really a thing. It's good to implement, though. I get it. Okay, so we're gonna be able to print it all now. Okay, last path. Oh, we are missing some classes. Last path, and we're good. Okay. Oof. Oh no, it's class diagram text. Okay. Okay. This should be this whole thing. Well, what could go wrong, right? Oh man, I wish that there wasn't title as the first argument so that we could put them in one next to the other. Although that's gonna work for a while, but then there's another singleton here, so that's not really gonna work out. Let's do two in a row, just for the sake of it. Okay. Holy shit. Work first try. Oh, I don't see the label. I just don't see the label. Um, it's just titled to the G, right? No, it's a title element inside the G, which I guess has a body. Wow. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okay. So not bad. Not bad at all. Um, what do we need for Ziggy? We need to implement sequence for Ziggy and vertical choice, I think. or vertical, yeah, vertical choice, or horizontal choice maybe. Yeah, horizontal choice. Because we have choice, which is vertical. We need horizontal choice and sequence, and I think that's enough for Ziggy. Whew. It's a lot of work, but it's nice to learn how these things work. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, let's implement horizontal choice. I'm starting to think that this guy should go all the way up top. Although an horizontal choice is not a choice data wise, an horizontal choice does not, it's just a list of nodes. Okay. So let's lay out a horizontal choice. Horizontal choice. Let's go. All but last. Mm, middles, first, and last. What? He must have at least one child. Okay. If it has only one item, it acts as a sequence. Let's make it an error then. So, like, if it becomes a sequence, then force people to use a sequence at this point, I would say. Yeah, I guess you could say that it quote unquote like decays into one, but just annoy people if that is not the case. So, you know, at least two. So this is not going to be a case for us. So there's going to be this. Trying Ziggin for the first time. I don't understand where I need to put the comma. Error. Diagram that Ziggin missing token comma after array value. Dot arrow equals. I mean, this looks about right. I'm assuming that what you have between pipes is the actual content of the document, and that should be correct. There should not be a complaint. Like if your whole document is this, then it should be fine. Can you, if you don't mind, can you go to there's zigbin.io. Otherwise, if you have another service that you prefer, use whatever you prefer. Send me a link with the contents, and I'll check it out. I'm asking you to send a link because it's hard to copy stuff off of Borg, and I'm not sure. The Twitch is gonna do weird things to your input anyway. Thank you. Missing token comma after array value. Oh well. Okay, so here's what you're doing. This array has arrow, which is a struct. Okay, this should not be dot arrow equal sign. Take out the dot arrow equal sign. It is just a dot curl. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I get. Sorry. I'll. There's more that is wrong. So I'll actually happily help you out get the syntax right. So it's so this is not it. It's this is dictionary syntax, but you want this to be struct syntax. So the struct is a curly with a dot in front, and fields have the dot. So in this case it's the wrong style, but I can also have the auto formatter save and fix it for me. So this is the correct syntax. The fact that this is a struct of a given type is left implicit in the document. You don't say it explicitly. Oh, sorry, wait. I said something wrong though, maybe? Wait. Because yeah, okay, sorry. The arrow remains because body does contain a union. Okay, so you want this. Okay, this is it. This is correct. So unions look like function calls. Imagine that this is like a function call, and then this needs struct syntax. And by the way, if you get it wrong and you do dictionary syntax when you should have done struct syntax and vice versa, you drive it with if you have the auto formatter running, you can drive it by adding or removing a dot. Hopefully that helps. By the way, I understand having trouble with it. because I'm not providing you with the railroad diagrams yet for it, right? So the moment that I will provide you with the complete list of railroad diagrams, it's gonna be trivial, I'm sure. Okay. So here, so we're missing these. Okay, so here in the code up until now, we have been referring to the last. So the other ones for now we're not using. These dot underscore upper track is the max between all but last. Jesus, it's almost like each node should have like a little scratch pad. If we give each node a little scratch pad, we could put in there this info. The max between upper track and last up. Oh my god. Let's not store upper track. Let's compute it. Hmm. Yeah, no, I just hate not leaving it a constant. Hmm. Okay. So this is the lower track. What are the middles? The middles are slice 1 - 1. So it's without the extremes. But the formula is different. It's the max. The max of I dot height plus the max of I dot down plus VS and AR times 2. Okay. Okay, lower track is this. So we need first so this makes us update the lower track. Hmm. Yeah, it really seems that we would like to write down the lower track in a scratch pad. Let's add a scratch pad to the nodes. That's fine. Oh, we already have this. Temp. Oh, there's the upper, wait, there's upper truck and lower truck. Fuck, it needs even more than that. Um, hmm. Okay, let's see what happens with lower truck though first before we make any other moves. Frankly, this is saying under this condition, do some more max. I'm kind of tempted of them doing this. Yeah, that way we can keep it const. Oh, we don't even need all this machinery. Oh, but this depends on the previous completion. I see. There we go. Man, what an adventure. The thing is, we don't know how much we're gonna need when it gets to lower truck and upper truck, but seems that we might need at least some of that. Upper truck is here. Lower truck is here. To be honest, computing this sum is frankly whatever. Pretty easy. Okay, we'll see. But we build? No. Switch must handle all possibilities. Well, yeah, we're missing the rendering part. This is just the layouting part, of course. Although hopefully rendering is not gonna be insane. Hmm. Okay, there is some stuff, but it seems mostly. It seems not that bad. Lower track, all but some. Lower start plus lower track. Whew, okay, just a matter of doing it. Gaps is mutable? Were we mutating gaps? We're not. It's just a var. That doesn't get mutated. Okay. Oh, this is the standard stuff. Let's just double check that these numbers make sense. Gaps 0 width, yeah. Y height, yeah. Gaps 1, okay. Gaps 0. Okay. Upper track, lower track. Upper span is the sum of all widths. This is minus upper track minus AR times 2. Okay. Okay, so this is it. We don't have upper track. I know. We'll look into it in a moment. Then lower track, then items. Holy shit. Items is, is a little bit intense. Man, the text diagram looks cursed. There is so much more stuff going on in there. And I think the text diagram has to buffer more. Like the SVG, I think you don't need to buffer necessarily, and you're mostly good. But I think that guy needs to buffer, and it's I don't know. I think it's messy, or either that, or well, yeah, maybe you know what it might be doing. It might be it might be plotting to a matrix of cells, and then essentially you print it out, and then you do the printout by iterating the matrix. It has to be something like that. Otherwise, what the heck? Okay, let's do lower track. So it's kind of like upper span, except it's lower span. It's width plus needs space in case. So that's all well and good. Oh, this is all but first. Wait, were we doing something like this previously also? Yeah, we were doing all but last with the previous one. Oh shit. Oh shit. And so this is all but first. And then we do plus length minus 2 times AR times 2. Was the previous one, was the one above also times 2? Oh, it was times 2. Oh man, the chances that this is gonna look right first try are getting slimmer and slimmer as I introduce more errors. um, this one has an extra computation. Is height is greater than 0, then AR. If last dot height. Okay, upper track, lower track. And now we're quote unquote just missing the items. Oof. Which have an input track, the item itself, and then an output track. We could just print the item for now and use that as a checkpoint to see how well we're doing. For const icon item of enumerate list items. Wow. Oh, we're mutating X. Oh, so it turns out that that X needed to be mutated, mutable. Okay, let's see how far we get. Now we do have the problem of figuring out what to do with regards to upper track and lower track. We could recompute them. What were they originally? The max between these three things, which I think we have in layout. Well, wait, technically upper track is the max between these three quantities. So wait, how was I doing in layout? Let me just double check the layout makes sense. Oh, this is not it. Yeah, this is more like it. This was it. This was the upper track. Hmm. While the lower track, oh, the lower track computes the max inside of itself. Frankly, keeping this all like this is probably the better choice. Hmm. Oh, never mind. Lower track is not. It needs this. Okay. User and clear identifier item with. Okay. Expected type validation error found. Oh, there we go. Incompatible types use size and F64. Hmm. Problem is that I can't just do this. This doesn't have a result type. Oh man. Make a function called F64. Expected for arguments found 3 is 29. There's no V in path command. Oh, This is the first time that we do a vertical line, it seems. It's just the plus the value. Okay. Hey, hello. Hi, Giacomo. Thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. How's it going? I am in the process of implementing a library for making railroad diagrams. I am a complete noob when it comes to coming up with SVG. So I have taken a library from somebody else who is definitely way more competent than me at this stuff. So the original project, in case anybody's interested here, is from Tab Atkins. It's called Railroad Diagrams, and they have an implementation for JavaScript and Python. I'm making one in Zig so that it can, be more easy for me to use it in my own ecosystem. I don't necessarily will have JavaScript or Python installed. Yada yada. It's. Oh, I will say one thing though. Here's another improvement that I'm making. So the library looks amazing. This is I've added. Here's the thing that I've quote unquote invented. I've added the ability to add tiny labels to nodes because the original library has this more complex system where you put a label, but the label has this marker, like this outer box. But the reason is because you can use it to group multiple nodes together. Like this one is called a group, and here I'm putting it on top of a single node, but usually you would put it on a sequence or in any case on a group of nodes. I've added essentially labeling for an individual node. Here's the improvement that I'm making. The original implementation has a online playground where it has its own, tiny language for describing what you want to put in your graph. And it works, but it's not the greatest development experience. Like you make a syntax error, it tells you like it is not bad. It's definitely trying to give you a reasonable development experience, but at the same time, it's not. There's no auto formatting. There's no nothing. So my implementation instead takes in as input a Ziggy schema. And by the way, so this is where the I guess the whole story becomes kind of funny. The reason I'm doing this, so I have this language called Ziggy. It's a JSON alternative that has a couple of extra syntactical concepts and its own schema language that actually doesn't suck. I hate JSON schema. So, but I wanted to make railroad diagrams for it. So I started experimenting with this library to see if I could make railroad diagrams for it because, you're not a serious language if you don't have railroad diagrams. And so as I was doing this, I decided to re-implement it because I'm also considering adding this feature as a built-in feature in my static site generator. And in the process, I said, you know what? I would like to be able to edit these things with auto formatting, syntax highlighting. I would like also to have stuff like go to definition and a proper schema. And so I realized that I should self-host in a sense. So the schema, this diagram system that I'm re-implementing, accepts a Ziggy document. And the Ziggy document has a schema. This is a schema for it that describes all the things that you can do. So long story short, I'm essentially self-hosting, if you will, the railroad diagram stuff on my own data language. And most importantly, my data language has the concept of tagged unions, and they're pretty nice to have in as a built-in concept. They make a lot of things a lot nicer. So yeah, that's the story essentially. That is the story. So in the meantime, where was I? Yeah, so this is my playground. This is what I was modifying. Oh, right. We just had introduced the concept of vertical paths. Well, vertical segments, I guess, in a path. There we go. Okay. No field name V in union path command. What? Oh, what are you talking about? Oh, I've implemented it, but I haven't defined it. That is fair. And we have a couple more typecasts to fix. Where we come time stuff depends on blah blah blah. Yeah. Um 763. This? No. This. Okay. So what am I supposed to do? F64? Sorry, two F64. Seven seven six. Okay. We're getting there. 297. Okay, what's the problem with that? Oh, items dot items. Of course. Okay, 301. 303. Okay. There we go. We built. Now, will we render correctly? That's a different story. So we need to create a horizontal choice. Maybe it's time to make a new diagram for this. Horizontal choice. Unexpected syntax. Oh, it's this stupid trading comma that I don't support. Maybe I should. Okay. So here's our horizontal choice, but I think our horizontal choice. Let's add two horizontal choices. Let me think about it for a second. Let's add a second horizontal choice, but this needs to have a vertical choice in it. So let's find a vertical choice. Actually, this one is nicer. Okay, let's see how we do. So yeah. Welcome, Raiders, to the stream. So there's bugs in the new implementation. I get this feeling. You probably want to start with something less let's start with something simpler. Let's start with something simpler, man. Let's say that this we comment out. Okay, that way we can see that it is. Okay, you know what? This is actually not terribly wrong. So what is happening is that we are rendering these outer lines correctly. The X positioning of these elements completely borked. And I know what is causing that. I'm gonna go fix it now. I made the usual mistake that I keep making, which is that when we are rendering items, items, we need to pass HCHX. There we go. So that works. I feel like there's some padding missing here. Like if we look at your official stuff, yeah, we're missing some padding calculation here. So there are lines missing in my version. These curvy lines here are missing because I literally have not written the code to implement to write them yet. But this whole thing is a little bit too to the left. You should have more padding. So there's something sus going on there. Okay. So to be honest, once we account for that's literally what seems to be the only bug. We are being a little bit too to the left. We're forgetting some padding. And that is it, frankly. Actually, maybe it's a little bit more than that because this is coming up short, and maybe I think this might not be supposed to be coming up short. But okay, so not perfect, but not terribly out there. So far, so good, I guess. Let's see what the original code said. Input track. Oh well, look at this though. This thing modifies the X. So you know what? Might not even be a bug. It might just be literally the. I forgot that I didn't notice that these things were modifying state. So I thought they were just missing lines, but no, they're missing lines that also move forward the X. So cursor. So yeah, sure. So if I is 0, I don't have triple equality on Zig in Zig. So we'll have to make do. Hopefully double equality is good enough. And there's an else branch. Okay. And then we do X plus options AR. Let's see. Okay, the lines are still not being rendered. What's going on? Bit of type x64. Oh, so this should adjust the math. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now this adjusts the math. So perfect. They now will look spaced correctly. And yeah, we're missing all the connecting lines. Okay. So in this case, try right path. Let's see what we added. We added this connection here. Perfect. Else, right path, X. Arcane, vertical segment. And then west-south arc. Okay, let's see what that gets us. There we go. Not bad. And now there's the output track that requires some more effort. That's for sure. HCH.items, right? I think so. Actually, no, it's just items. If items len -1, so last item, if item height is 0 else. else. Item height. And then arc is E. Okay. Let's see where that gets us. That actually has done nothing. Why has it done nothing? This is um output track for the very last element. It should do something. Hmm. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, then we have the else if. Else is else. Else if I is 0 and item that's IDX and item dot height is greater than lower track. And then that's what we need to do. Okay. Coming error, of course. Right path is missing W. There is no L. Oh, this is the first time that we implement that we use L. What is L even? Because an L is not left. L. Okay. LXY. Oh, wait. L has two arguments. X and Y. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay. I feel like there is some stuff missing still, right? So there's this if else. Then we're missing the final else clause, which is the final path. Okay, let's go. Okay. So we're almost there. The calculation for this last segment is wrong. We're missing a tiny bit piece. But everything else is implemented. At least in this simple version. We'll see with the complicated version that I commented out what happens. Let's fix this missing segment here. So this has to do with what we print. It is an output track, I think. So upper track, lower track. Where's the item itself being rendered? Oh, it's in general. Okay, here. Input track, output track, and then item in the middle. Either we are giving the wrong information to the item in the middle, but I don't think we are because it only affects the last one. So it seems that it might be something related to this, and it totally is. I found it right away. There we go. Okay. So we have the horizontal choice element. Looks pretty neat to me. Let's pull up the complicated one. Let's see how that one looks now. Okay, it kind of works, except that we are apparently failing the vertical sizing of it. Like the structure is correct structurally. Do you want? I want, but you see that it overflows the viewport height. We are computing the height of this element wrong. Huh. We even see past the end of the viewport if we drag stuff. I didn't know there was I did not know there was a thing. There was a behavior. So were we failing to count the height? Well, that is not a rendering problem. I think that is a layouting problem. So we have a bug in the layouting side of things, which is either here or in what we gave it. It's either here or in its child. Yeah, I bet you that there's a bug in this cursed logic. God damn it. Ah, man. Let's go figure it out. Um, Horizontal choice. So in terms of positioning, this seems correct. It's the down, I think, that is wrong. We are not correctly computing the down. Let's look at things that in interface with the down. So lower track is the max between VS middle's max, which is up there, and last height plus last down plus VS. And then if first height is lower than what we computed up until now, then we say that what we computed up until now oh yeah, yeah. Okay, that seemed to be a bug, but it does not affect our situation here. And then down max is lower track, first height, first down. Yeah. So this is not it. Hello, Julian. What's your rule done with error return types? I usually don't add the error type and I just do exclamation mark void with non-public functions. Do you had them everywhere? No, I don't. But there are some situations where um, I feel I have a reason to restrict the error set. That tends to be public interfaces, yes. But also sometimes some internal parts where um, I kind of assume, like there's a big architectural assumption behind the fact that a given error case is not going to present itself. And so in those cases, I tend to manually restrict the error set on purpose, in a sense, more than to communicate to consumers that it is the case, is more about to communicate, I guess, to myself or to readers of the code that this function can only error out in a given set of modes, and thus it cannot error out in other ways. and that should help you understand what the algorithm is, I guess. But I would say that these are my recommendation would be, I guess, more in general, to just do what you feel is right and not worry too much about errors directly. And then on occasion, when you feel when you see these kind of things become relevant with what you're writing, like if you realize that you're at a juncture where your project is happens to would happen to benefit from uh, putting an explicit error set there, then you will have essentially gained a little bit of insight at that point. Um, I don't know others, I don't know you, but for me personally, that tends to be the way I actually learn things for real. Otherwise, you know, like a generic advice on what to do and what not to do to with errors tends to, I don't know, either not click or I forget about it, or you know, it's not the same as having encountered the actual need. Like, so ultimately, don't don't autopilot error design all the time, but then just do what feels right, and eventually maybe you will have the opportunity. You will realize that there's like an, in a sense, a next level of understanding. But until you have seen the situation that presents that will really benefit from it, it's fine if you don't know about it. It's fine if you don't worry about it. Also, because by definition, you don't need it yet. So, what am I doing to mess up this computation? This all seems so good. How comes that I'm just failing the part below so miserably? Because these guys are all correct. How am I failing this one? So, out of curiosity, if I were to sabotage up to be 10, what would happen? I would get a compile error probably. My editor is lagging hard. I don't know what's going on. So I'm sabotaging up. Yeah, so sabotaging up has the result that I expected. So up up is being computed right, and yeah, that happened to be wrong. So if I do plus 50, you see now everything works out. But there's also extra space that isn't needed. So we're computing this wrong. And my fear is that it's the vertical stack that it's communicating to us its height in a wrong manner. Although if it did, would we still be able to render these lines correctly? Okay, what if yes I want had more elements in it? So we still adapt correctly for its height. So that means that we know how much down it goes. So it's not like we don't know. Okay, let me relook at the computation for the middles max stuff. It's their height plus it's their height plus down sorry, plus the max between down VS and AR times 2. And so it's either VS, this, or last height, last down, plus vertical space. Ooh. Wait, I just realized a thing. If first height is lower than LT, so if first height is greater than LT, we don't run this. That condition seems suspicious. Where are you from, bro? I'm from Italy. Huh. Damn, this is this is kind of disappointing. I am so close to have everything working. There's just this stupid vertical height calculation that we are messing up. Uh, okay. Enough staring at the code. Let's do a little bit of debug printing. Let's see what is the height that we get reported by all of our children when we lay out the diagram itself. So for body, for each element in the diagram body, blah, 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 with this, with that, hop up this, up that. Down is the max between what we had before and minus the height of this node and down of this node. Okay. So what I'm thinking is that maybe, okay, let's start from main. Maybe we should stop using debug print and start printing to standard out, which is the correct thing to do here. Okay, perfect. So now we can redirect the output to test HTML, and we get standard error back to us, so we can debug print. Frankly, we can debug print the element, but even just the height. So like the element tag and the height. No, we don't care about the height actually. We care about the down. Horizontal choice, horizontal choice. This horizontal choice is saying 20. This horizontal choice is saying 20. That is a lie. That is a damn lie. The down of this horizontal choice just cannot be 20. So the second horizontal choice is lying. So the bug is definitely, without a doubt, going through the layout branch of here of horizontal choice. Now, it's not necessary that it is them lying, but Let's take a look at the lower track. 20. For the first one, I don't know, maybe it's correct. For the second one, that is 100% wrong. This is 100% wrong. But you know what? I suspect that it's not this calculation being wrong at this point. I suspect that it's a vertical choice that is not correctly setting its own height. Sorry, its own down. The vertical choice. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we don't touch down up here, or we use it for other means. But down here, for each element, enter delta, exit delta, that's fine, whatever. Also, you know what? You can go back to calling it separator. That's fine. For each item, let me think about it for a second. Yeah, for each item, we want to increase down by upper item down plus its separator plus item up plus item height. And then updates our down. Okay, let's see if we update our down correctly, because I'm starting to think that we don't. Or those items are not giving us anything good. Well, we can also print. Oh, there we go. Choice down. 30, 30, whatever. 60, 90, 120, 150. So yes. 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 Choice down is growing. So let me just print the final choice down once, which is 161. Sounds about right. So we are correctly setting our own down property in choice. Oh, this in stack seems suspicious. This line here in stack seems suspicious, but that's not what we're looking at right now. Yeah, so with max is 0. Guys, we'll stop at railroad diagrams. For now, yes. Yeah, you know what I'm thinking? I think it's weird This is weird. Let's take a look at lower track again here a little bit because this is weird. So actually, middles max doesn't matter. Yeah, this is horrible. Why is this? Why isn't last down? Oh wait, is last down? Am I selecting the last item wrong? No. Yeah, but I'm already in a good spot. Yeah, why is this 0? Why is this 0? We're being lied to. We are being lied to. We are absolutely being lied to. What is going on? It am I layouting a copy? Like, okay, I must be layouting a copy of these items. But there is just no way otherwise. Hello? Oh yeah. Is this it? No, it can't be. I don't think I can. Okay, so it must be that I'm. It really seems like I am modifying a copy of the original values, and then that stuff is getting lost. But despite looking at it like that, I don't think that is possible. Like, I don't think I can do that without the compiler yelling at me. And yet, this is an horizontal choice. This seems to have down set to 0. Or you know what? Wait. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong thing because, like, the first one, I don't know. Maybe that's fine. No, but it's definitely the second one that cannot be the case. Okay, so this one is guaranteed to be borked. But didn't? How did that happen? How did that happen? Oh wait, I'm an idiot. Wait. I'm an idiot. That did happen because I'm trying to print their information before they get layouted. So we need first to lay out them before we can print this information. Okay, that is fair. That makes sense. So let's see what the next problem is. Oh my god, they're still saying 0. Okay, so this is okay. Now this is not okay because they get copied. They get copied before the layouting. So if they were pointers, they would have been fine. But I don't want them to be pointers because we should not be modifying them. Actually, no, we should be modifying them in this context. So a pointer is not a problem. Oh my god, figure out the bug. There we go. Now they all share their height information correctly and everything works. Yes, turns out that I did have a copy. I made it myself and I like that is 100% my stupidity. Okay. Um That is pretty cool, I would say. Shall we make the Ziggy diagrams now at this point? So here's how I'm gonna do it. Uh, Ziggy Lang, or do we? I think this is Ziggy.Ziggy. So this is a document. Missing field delimiters. Yes, boss. Delimiters equals directional or pipes. The document, we make pipes. Then body. Okay, the document is a choice. Oh my god, look at how good it is. What an experience. So it's a choice, and the choice is between two non-terminals. Sorry, this is an array. One non-terminal is braceless struct. Oh, it a choice needs right. I mean, we could have a simple choice, to be honest. But whatever. Okay, so that's how it is. Yeah. You notice I can generate railroad diagrams for the Z command line now? Huh. Non-terminal, non-terminal value. Then what is a braceless struct? Braceless struct is this actually well, for now let's do this. Terminal to do. But there's more. There is values. Okay, values is the one that I wanted to make. Sorry, value. Value is the one that I actually am more interested in. So the limiters is directional, body is. So this is gonna be a horizontal choice. And inside of it, the horizontal choice is going to be a the horizontal choice is going to be two vertical choices. Next equals 0. I don't know. We'll see. And it's going to be terminal, null, non-terminal. There's going to be a bunch of those. Bool, int, float, bytes. And then the second choice is going to be missing token comma after union value. This LSP is going a little bit insane, I think. What are we talking about? This is okay. This is okay. This maps to this, and then there's a comma. Oh, right. It's horizontal choice that accepts a list of these things. Right. There we go. That's me. So not bad. Not bad at all. The second one is going to be, the second one has only non-terminals. We have enum, we have union, we have array, and then we have struct, dictionary and struct. Okay, let's see how we do with this. Yeah, it looks perfect. Holy shit. It really looks perfect. And I have the arrows. I mean, what more can you ask? So a document is a bracelet struct or a value. Bracelet struct, we haven't done it yet. But there's the other one. And what else? Let's extract value. What else do we want to do? Well, we can do bool. Frankly, the limiters, I should omit the limiters for everything except the first one, maybe, that has pipes. And we should make the limiters be directional by default instead of pipes. And I think we need to make sure that the schema doesn't lie about this. Oh, this makes it not optional. Yeah, let's make it optional. Okay. Okay, so value. Let's do bool. Body is essentially true or false. Oh, but it is a wait. It's a horizontal choice. This one as well. We can probably put these guys on a new line and these guys on a new line. Yeah, missing delimiters. That is not true. It's just that the editor is not being cooperative right now. Okay. There we go. We have true and false. That's your friend Boolean. Oh, you know what we're missing? We're missing the ability to add a label to the graph itself. It wouldn't like to the start that says that this is Boolean, this is this and that, this is that. I mean, when you're embedding this in a page, you probably want to have outer framing anyway. But to make them, you know, self-sufficient, if you will, we should add the ability to print labels, like to print a start label. And the start label should probably have some, like occupy some horizontal space. Let's implement this. I'm actually curious to see how that's gonna work out. So start with the schema. Let's say that there's a start label. Let's just call it label. Optional bytes. Then in our definition here, optional that. Then um yeah, then in the layout, we need to account for that. If you think about it, a label of this kind is essentially a comment, except that it prints itself a bit higher and it keeps the line closed instead of opening it. And then maybe you change the font size. But mechanically, it's kind of like that. Let's see how that is supposed to work in here, because this the original one has this. I guess it's a start essentially. So there we go. If label, oh, it's hard coded. Okay, it's char width times plus 10 times length. With it is a math.max. Interesting. So this is the layouting side, and the rendering side, I just put a text element. Okay, so it's adding more space to the left. So huh. Okay. So when we write that text, where do we write it? This is doing x, y minus 15. That seems fair. It's giving style text anchor start. Okay, let's see what happens now. Found U64. Okay. So far, so good. Let's add a Boolean label. See what happens. Blah. Blarp. Here's what happens. Blarp. Um, yeah, no, this logic is not good. So the way it would work is that you want to add a piece of, so okay, here's how we'll do it. We don't change the width calculation. We leave it as is. We add some extra vertical space for the label, and then essentially we guarantee that the label has some space at the top to exist. That way it doesn't end up touching any of the other things. I think that is the by far the best approach. I don't like this at all. So they should not work like this. They should be, if the label d dot up plus equals, I don't know, 10, how much it is that how much it is that we are gonna need to spare. And then when we render the diagram, y starts at b dot up, d dot up, that's fine. We put there this. I don't know, something like this. Um I'm not sure if I'm doing it right. Yeah, something like this. There you go. The problem though is that I don't know where this ends and this starts, because actually this might be, maybe the minus 10 is not even necessary. Is that okay, or do we overflow? Oh, it's a plus. Wait, what? 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 Okay, so we need that style thing. Oh no, did I put it in the wrong one? Okay, so this is correct. Oh, you know what is going on? I think I understand. Am I adding to up instead of subtracting to it? Okay, I think I need a little bit of help in understanding where the heck that label is being printed. So what if I put 0 as the y coordinate? What does that become? Okay, so 0 is the very top. Okay, so we want to consider the very top plus the padding plus essentially the height of a string, which I think it's considered to be 11 or 22, something like this. Well, shit, now we're in the middle of everything. So no padding. No padding, I guess. But you know what? Let me comment the other schemas out just to see what happens with this one in isolation. Yeah, it's okay. So we can see that this is all nicely centered, but this is very close to the top, and also there should be more vertical space. Why is there not as much vertical space? Also, it seems that there's more space at the bottom than there is at the top here. So is that the result of me messing up the competition? Probably. So what if we don't do this? Huh. Why so much padding at the bottom? Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm starting to get it. So this is okay. So this is now balanced. So this is now correct. You know what? I'm starting to consider that this idea of adding label support is more trouble than it's worth. Frankly, putting the label outside is plenty good. Huh. Yeah, it's either that or the label works completely differently. Yeah, okay, putting it outside like this, I don't like it. Okay, I changed my mind. I don't like putting it like this. If we do add it, it should be essentially at an item on the track conceptually, where you come in, you go through the name, this label that tells you what the name of the graph is essentially, and yeah, okay. So let's see if we can achieve that then. So take this out. Yeah, something like this. I actually think that this is good. Like phrasing it like this is good. Let's we need to account though for its width now, which we were doing before, we were not doing now. So let's account for its width. So here, if there is a label, then d dot width plus equals L times temperature width. So with this, we increase the width. L dot length, sorry. Of course. Yeah. So this is actually correct. The problem is that we are not pushing forward. We need to push stuff forward. So we need to print a line and increase X. We write the text and then we do X. We write a path, a horizontal path that starts at wherever X is now and continues for, and we would have to compute it for how long it continues, which is a function of the length of the thing. And then we increase X by that much. Okay, let's see how that looks. Pretty good. It looks pretty good, except that we would like the original X was better. So if we do it like this, yeah, then we need to print also padding. We need to also add 20 pixels of padding. Let's add 20 pixels of padding, I guess. Man, I don't know. I did not hate this one being at the very beginning of it. Let me put it at the very beginning of it. Yeah. Okay, that looks sweet in my opinion. This is the bull lance. Hits you in the face, 50% chance that you die. Yeah, that's and that would be the realistic version of it. I don't hate it. I really do not hate it. Have you been asked by chatters what's your opinion in Andrew's blog post? Sorry if it's a touchy subject. Not particularly. I mean, I know that there's a lot of people with strong feelings about it. Some pro, some against, some somewhere in the middle. I think it is a honest and true to life recap of the whole situation. So I don't know, take it or leave it. Some of it is, you could argue, up to opinion, and it's up to you. You know, if you want to trust, like what if you want, what do you want to make of things that could be more subjective than objective, but or you know, things that maybe you don't have the information to fully validate if it's right or wrong. But I don't know. If you had ever been to a Zig event, an in-person Zig event that I've been part to, and you've heard me and you were to ask me about Bun, I would have roughly told you the same things. You know, also what's funny here in this case, though, the label is essentially the same as the name. So I need to design my data model a little bit better. But anyway, we're getting there. Okay, so this is how they look like. This braceless tract. This braceless tract is kind of brutal like this. The text with the pipes does not work perfectly, huh? Because the pipes have the first pipe start behind the beginning of the document. Oh man. People don't like what he said about Jared. Look, my opinion is that Jared, when he started working on Bun, Jared joined the Zig Discord and he was learning systems programming, which is perfectly normal. I roughly did the same. I am still learning systems programming today. So he joined as a very opinionated, essentially, JavaScript developer who wanted to change the way that JavaScript development is done. He had, you know, I think in hindsight we can say that he had very compelling opinions on how JavaScript development should be done, but he was learning lower level programming and he was making a lot of progress very quickly. But he was not yet at the point where he was doing a, you know, like stellar job at it, because again, he was learning. And then at the same time, he was getting a lot of attention for Bun, and he was successfully growing hype around the project. For people who were there at the time, I don't know if anybody here remembers, but there used to be a time where Bun was a non-public project, and it was like invite only. You would essentially join his Discord server, you would type in a channel, I want Bun, and a bot would send you an invite to join the, I don't know, the organization, the repository on GitHub. So when he did the first release, he had a ton of interest around what he was doing. He could have, I have no doubt whatsoever that he could have opened a GitHub sponsors and lived a stupidly comfy life while living in San Francisco, while working on Bun, essentially in his own terms, you know, doing it as a form of very healthy open source software development type of thing, making sure to get everything right, making sure to do things well. That is not what he chose, though. Because the moment that he was
ready to make the first public release, he had already contacted venture capital firms and he had gotten venture capital money and he started a startup. The problem is that he started a startup, in my opinion, not really having gone through the full growing and learning experience necessary to do that well. Although, you could say, well, you can like he was learning before, he can still also learn after. That is absolutely fair. The difference though is that once you have been given like I don't know how much he got, but like he got like $1 million. Like in any case, he got a serious amount of money. And once you've been given that, you're being asked to put that money to work right away. So he immediately started a company and started hiring people. If you are running a company, if you are the CEO of a company, you do not have the same amount of time that you had before to focus on the code. Or worse, you can decide to do that, but then you will not be fulfilling your duty as a employer. And so once you have employees, you have a ton more things to juggle. It's not as easy. And fucking things up a lot now has a cost on other people. So let's just say that all the people that I know that have worked at Ban do not have good stories to tell. The ones that I do know. I'm sure that I must have been positive. So I'm not saying that it's, it was torture. But in any case, I have heard plenty of anecdata saying that essentially Ban was not exactly a well-run company. That is not the first startup that is like this, probably not the last startup that is like this. But regardless, I think it's something that everybody is good at ignoring this stuff because they weren't there. For the people that were there, I think that this was kind of a more pressing concern and something that should not be just forgotten, I think. In any case, that's what happened. And so Ban continued, and it became an example of a project that nobody was proud about. Like, you ask anybody in the Zig community that is involved enough with the community, and you ask them, are you proud of what Ban was doing with Zig? I would dare you to find somebody that answers yes. Because on a technical level, there were so many issues, and essentially the whole thing got to a point where solving those issues was just, well, too hard because the pile of priorities was so tall and so different that solving these things that, in my opinion, were still important. Actually, I would say objectively were still important, could not be put at the top. And so, I don't know, whatever happened. Ban kept crashing. It was not a good look for Zig, that's for sure. But in any case, obviously, it's on them. They can do whatever they want. It's not like, every project written in Zig has to be amazing. I'm writing my own Zig projects, and they are what they are. But the problem is that it's kind of different when it is something as big as a venture capital fueled company that then gets acquired by Anthropic that does this stuff. And then Jared went from being not particularly good at certain important things to being stubbornly dumb about some of them. So the releasing, continuing stubbornly to release fast builds of programs that have wrong assertions and that keep crashing is irresponsible. Racing to introduce the next feature and the next feature and the next feature and not doing proper bug fixing is irresponsible. And then you read his blog post and he'll tell you, well, but I was doing everything that I could have. And obviously this is where, that's the disagreement lies. And depending on who you want to believe, then it's up to you to decide whether we are being unreasonable or he could have done better. I do think that actually, not just think. I will tell you though, for a fact. All right. Well, I guess it's my opinion still, but I think it's something that I I'm confident about. I'm fairly certain. There is a good chunk of communication for ban that is misleading on purpose. People, Jared in premise, has been complaining about compilation speed in Zig, and saying that publicly that Zig is slow, that nothing has been done for compilation speed in 4 years, and like there's incremental compilation now, and everybody who uses incremental compilation gets instant rebuilds, and that happens for the development of the compiler itself, for example, and also for external projects. So yeah, I don't know what's up. I don't know what's up with that. So I don't know at this point. Like really, at this point, I don't know. Except that I agree with Andrew's final point, which is, look, it's not a problem anymore. Whatever happened, happened. I am sorry that people that some people got hurt working at Bun. I wish things were different. For what it's worth, as a external person, I have been trying to help Ban go in a healthier direction. That is not what happened, and so I don't know. Whatever happened, happened. That being said, I do not agree on the idea that none of these things should be said. Like this whole idea that we should all be acting as if we are one big company and you should not be bad mouthing your colleagues. I don't think that is a healthy way of approaching an ecosystem where we are not colleagues, where we are peers in an ecosystem where we are supposedly trying to do things in a good way to produce good software for our users. And the fact that our industry is not doing particularly well in that aspect because software fucking sucks and has been sucking for a while. So set aside LLMs and non-LLMs. It's not like software quality has been particularly good before LLMs, but I would say even more importantly, it's not like we have not been deliberately building user hostile software before LLMs. We have been doing this for a long time, and when I say we, I mean us as an industry as a whole. And how do you move towards making better software? In my opinion, is also by not hiding under the rug when things happen, and not by essentially playing this game where you cannot say, like, one thing that a lot of people find uncomfortable, which I find puzzling, is the fact that people think that saying that Jared came into the Zig Discord not knowing system programming is meant to be an insult. Not even a criticism, an insult. It is not a criticism. It is not an insult. Nobody is born knowing things. You learn things, and people can go to Discord and search the history in Discord, find the older messages, and you will find Jared asking what the fuck is a pointer. No, well, actually, I don't think he asked that explicitly, but you will see him learning how to, he got his first undefined behavior bug because he was reading garbage at some point, and so he was asking about it. So like it's live. You can find me asking these questions around places. So you can find a lot of people. You can find Andrew on Stack Overflow asking how to open a directory in C++. But there's this hustler mentality where hustler and mentality that combines in a very distasteful way with like cult of personality, where people think that no, you cannot say these things about these people. Like what? You trying to say that Jared at a point in time was learning things? That is, who do you think you are for making this claim? Like, I don't know. I'm just an everyday random motherfucker, just like Jared is a random everyday motherfucker, and everybody else. And I don't know. Do you think moving from Zig to Rust will simply make everything just click for ban as opposed to Zig, like fix issues on the fly? I don't think so. Some maybe. If I mean, if they had a bug beforehand with a variable that had some kind of linear lifetime that then now gets modeled by, in Rust using the borrow checker, while previously it wasn't. And now this whole thing, the new version returns you a compiler error because of the borrow checker. Then that's a thing that previously was broken that now got fixed. You could say also that I think their main point was about reference counted stuff. So they were complaining that if you forget a defer, you end up leaking memory. Maybe that also got fixed by automated use of destructors in Rust. To be honest, I don't have first-hand experience enough to really know to what degree that is the case. But if I am asked to make an educated guess, I would say that probably that also happened. But I will also say that in my experience, applications of that kind, of that size and complexity, they also tend to have not just this kind of errors. They tend to have logic errors, like more subtle stuff that is not just a straight up memory management error. And I don't think the ban was doing particularly hot before, and none of these things are things that Rust can automatically help you with. And I mean, nor any other language. The only kind of language, I guess, that would help you is like one of those formal languages for proving theorems. So if you somehow were to rewrite ban in one of those, which it doesn't even work that way, but let's say that you were able to do that, then that maybe would solve everything else, maybe. But otherwise, there are, in the end, it turns, I don't know. Clearly, Jared disagrees, and clearly there's a lot of people in the world that disagree. But in my experience, which might not be the ultimate experience, but it is been a few years that I've been doing this kind of work. I've written non-trivial code with Zig, and I've seen other projects write non-trivial projects with Zig. Manual memory management is not that big of a deal. It really is not that big of a deal. Yes, you can have the occasional bug. You can write memory management errors in your software, and I'm not claiming that I'm perfect and so I never make them, and none of my software has any of these memory management problems, and that it is trivial not to have them. I'm not claiming that. What I'm claiming is that they are not hard problems to fix. Once you see them, once you have been notified that this error exists, fixing it usually is not that big of a deal. It is much harder to fix complex logical errors. Like, you have a distributed system, it is much harder to guarantee that your distributed system upholds the properties that you think it's supposed to have across multiple machines, across unreliable networks, across unreliable disks and whatnot. That is the hard stuff. That is the truly hard stuff. So I can agree with the idea that you want to use a safe language because you think that because you're writing critical software, and for you the cost of introducing a memory bug is very high because it can be exploited, and so you want to avoid that. That's perfectly fair. But if your argument is, no, I'm doing that because otherwise it would be a segfault fest, I don't buy it. In my experience, that is not the case. Sure, if you're a pig rolling in mud, but like you have to be deliberate in wanting to do bad, in my opinion. I mean, Ghosty does not crash on me. Tiger Beetle apparently does not crash on anybody. Zine, my static site generator, which by the way, again, I'm not claiming that I'm a genius developer and thus everybody who is not a genius developer like me is beneath me and they're bad and so it's their fault. I'm not saying this. I'm writing software like a normal dude, and my static site generator works well enough. It doesn't crash on people. It has crashed, by the way, it has crashed on people in the past. I have introduced memory errors in Zine in its lifetime. 100%. I was never super conservative with this stuff because it's a static site generator. It's not a web service. It's not a web server. It does not expose, it does not go on the web. What goes on the web is the generated HTML page. And at that point, you're done. Like there's no Zig code running anymore. So because of this, I have occasionally done work that has caused memory corruption, and it's always a trivial fix. Sure, if you're writing an application that is long running, there's dynamic memory management, and you have stuff that flies around, then it gets more complicated. That's for sure, but it gets more complicated regardless. I don't think that automated tooling can just make that immediately trivial. That being said, who knows? I might be wrong, and maybe Rust is gonna have Bun is gonna have a very good time at using Rust. And you know what? I actually wish that Bun made good use of Rust to get better. But I do strongly think that if that will happen, it will probably in part be because of Rust. But that cannot be the full story. It cannot be just that the language makes you do the thing well. You still have to want it yourself. Case in point, Jared wrote in his blog post that they were fuzzing. They have a section. He has a section titled "Things that we were already doing," and one of those lists fuzzing 24/7, the Zig code base. We had monthly calls. I participated personally in monthly calls with Bun up until they got acquired by Anthropic. And I remember very clearly asking the Bun team if they were fuzzing, and the answer being no. Then people got and went and then because of this disagreement, people went and did some what do you call it, like archaeology, Git archaeology, and looked at when things were introduced. And it turns out that apparently Bun has been fuzzing since April of this year. April, May, June. We are 10th of July, 3 months of fuzzing. Better than nothing, that's for sure. But that is not 24/7 fuzzing as that is, as the blog post would lead you to believe. It originally went back to November, I think. When people, proper fuzzing not until April. So yeah, it's like, sure. So you've been fuzzing since yesterday, okay? I don't know. So whatever. You know what? I'll say one last thing, and then I'm actually gonna go back to doing work. Or you know what? I think this is the end of the stream. Man, I've been streaming for 9 hours. Holy shit! I will say this: if you want, trust the guy that is out there. If you want to trust the shovel sellers telling you that their shovels are the ultimate way of developing software, go for it. Please don't let me stop you. Technically, we also are shovel sellers of Zig, but my point is not necessarily to sell you on Zig itself. It's a programming language. The point is, I don't think you should trust the people that sell LLM stuff telling you that you can use an LLM to do everything and not have to build any competence yourself. There are plenty of people that are saying that this is where the world is going. And I don't know, maybe it is, but I think it's a very dangerous gamble to make, to trust this kind of sentiment. Because when people are essentially, chances are that when people are arguing in favor of you not needing to gain certain competence anymore, they are essentially trying hard to make you dependent on them, even when there is no need. So I don't know. I could have definitely used an LLM today to translate this original library to Zig, and not have to do the work myself, I would have spared myself certainly some pain when it came to, minor quirks and annoyances. But in the process, I learned when the original library was being suboptimal. And I also learned a little bit of the design behind it, the approach, and I was able to innovate in a limited way, but I was able to innovate. The original library, for example, as it builds the output, it buffers it. It buffers every single piece of SVG that it plans to eventually flash out into an SVG file. But we do it one shot instead in my Zig implementation. So we immediately write to the output without buffering anything. So on code pass where the original code was doing a bunch of memory allocations, we don't do any. So no use after free if you don't allocate. And also, this runs faster. Now, whether you need super mega speed when generating railroad diagrams, you probably don't. It's fine. But still, it's a philosophy that once you are able to bring it in when it matters in big programs, it does make a difference. I will say I am pretty proud of the fact that Zin is the fastest static site generator that there is. It takes 7 milliseconds to build the official website. And it's not even as fast as it could be, because I know that there are things that I could do to make it even faster. So I don't know, I'm happy. And again, 7 milliseconds for this website doesn't matter if it is 7 or if it was 50 or 200. But 7 milliseconds on this website means that it's 50 milliseconds on a super big website that maybe in another static site generator would take seconds to build or minutes. My personal blog also builds in something like 20, 25 milliseconds. And that same personal website, in the past, I used a static site generator called Gatsby written in JavaScript. That thing took close to 60 seconds to build my personal website. So things can get bad. It's not just a joke. Things can get bad. I mean, on Windows, when it takes forever to open the start menu or everything else, stuff can get slow if you're sloppy. So, I don't know. I guess this is it for me. Everybody, I hope that you had a good time. I hope that you enjoyed the railroad diagrams. Yeah.